Once again, good evening, East Alabama and West Georgia. 7:20 p.m. Central, 8:20 p.m. Eastern. We are on the air live because of severe weather that's taking place across Alabama, and we have a new tornado warning that we're keeping an eye on, and this is going to be heads up for you folks in Central Alabama. This is for a tornado that has been active now for about the last 45 minutes. And this is going to be a new tornado warning just issued for Bibb County in Central Alabama. I'll just read this to you. The National Weather Service Office in Birmingham, Alabama, has issued a tornado warning for southeastern Bibb County in Central Alabama until 8 p.m. at 7:13. A severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located over Heidelberg, or 10 miles to the north of Marion, Alabama, moving to the northeast at 55 miles per hour. That's radar indicated. This, on its present track, is going to affect Montevallo, the University of Montevallo. You know where that's at if you're in Central Alabama. It's going to be just south of Alabaster, between Jemison and Alabaster, right there along Montevallo. It'll cross I-65 in the general vicinity of the National Weather Service office at the Shelby County Airport. It's going to come very close to the actual National Weather Service that's issuing all these warnings tonight. So if indeed they extend this warning another county to the north, Atlanta will take over warning responsibilities for Alabama, and the Birmingham National Weather Service office will go into evacuation mode. So Atlanta is on heightened alert right now because they may have to take over warning duties for Alabama while this cell moves directly over the National Weather Service office there in Birmingham, or just south of Birmingham down at the Shelby County Airport. So that's where we're at on that tornado warning. And that's the only tornado warning we have in the state of Alabama presently. Now, we do have a severe thunderstorm warning just north of Mobile. This is going to be to the southwest of Jackson, Alabama, down in southwest Alabama, to the west of Mount Vernon, near Centinel. That's right where the storm is at this hour. And you've been hearing me say this all day. Treat severe thunderstorm warnings just as though they're tornado warnings. So you folks down there around Centinel should be in your safe place. And then you folks up around Jackson, Alabama, need to pay attention to that storm down there because it's moving in your general direction. Now, I want to go back up to the Bibb County tornado, and I want to look at this. I want to look at the base velocity on this. So the tornado will be right here. That's not among the more impressive tornado looks I've seen today, but it is certainly there. So this thing is going to move something like so. Maybe it's going to be awfully close to Montevallo, maybe just a shade bit south of Montevallo if it stays on this present track. As far as East Alabama is concerned, nothing going on over here right now, but I got to tell you that the storms are about to move beyond the tornado watch that's currently in place, and a new tornado watch should be out at any moment for East Alabama and West Georgia. We have already gotten the heads up that that is going to happen. Tremendous amount of lightning. Anywhere you see a lot of lightning, in that right there, all those lightning strokes just in the last 3 minutes is a good indication that we do actually have a tornado taking place right here. We've got some weather up here in northwest Georgia as well. They're very small, but we have some very small thunderstorms that are producing hail. And believe it or not, just in these little bitty cells up here, we have rotation in some of them, especially this one sitting right there on I-75 just north of Calhoun, between Calhoun and Dalton. Some pretty good rotation there. Nothing on the ground. We have no warnings on this storm, but that's just a sign of what the atmosphere is like up here. It just doesn't take much at all to get rotating storms. We do have a tornado watch for northwest Georgia. Comes all the way over to Union and Lumpkin County and Dawson County. Does not cover any of the counties to the east. So you folks that watch us up here in northeast Georgia, we're talking White County and the surrounding counties, we're not under anything at this moment. And at this point, I'm not really sure that we go under a watch up here in northeast Georgia. That remains to be seen. I'm much more confident and actually have already received a heads up that we will see a new tornado watch for this part of Alabama and Georgia. And that should drop at any moment from the Storm Prediction Center. So we have noticed a trend over the last hour and a half of fewer tornado warnings back across West Alabama. And that trend has been one that would suggest weakening of the storms. But you have to understand that these storms are just now getting into those areas that had a lot of sunshine today. So we just got a heads up. The SPC coordination call has just been initiated. So this new watch is going to hit us here in the next 15 or 20 minutes, I think. So the storms are just now moving into the areas where the most instability should be. And I think that's why we're about to see an extension to the east of the tornado watch. I don't know if it's going to be a PDS watch or just a regular tornado watch. We'll know that in a few minutes. And so there is a decent chance we'll see tornado warning numbers increase once again, like we were seeing earlier this afternoon across Mississippi and West Alabama. And I told you before I took the break on the last segment, which, by the way, we had over 80,000 views on my last segment. And that, folks, is amazing. Thank you guys so much for watching us here on Dr. Don's Weather. That's pretty impressive that we had over 80,000 views on our last live break, and we are probably going to surpass that on this one if the current viewer number is any indication. I think it's the highest it's ever been. We're at 1,253. That's the highest number I have ever noticed of current live viewers. Now, people come and go. They don't stay the whole time. So when we get completely through with this broadcast, I'll get the analytics on the entire stream, and it'll show me how many total people came to our stream throughout the entire duration of the broadcast. And the last one was right at 80,000. And I think we're probably going to top that on this one. A lot of folks are supporting us, and I appreciate that too. You guys are very gracious and kind. And if you have a chance to support us during this, we greatly appreciate it. That helps us to be able to continue to do this for you during times of severe weather. Thank you very, very much. The current tornado watch that's in effect right now that you see on the screen, that's that purple area that's flashing. That watch does expire at 8 p.m., but we've got a new watch that's coming. And if I had to bet, that new watch is going to replace the old watch and extend further to the east. So the specific question was about Calhoun County. You're not out of this, and you're not going to be out of this at 8 p.m. We've got to get the backside of this, which is just now clearing extreme West Alabama. We got to get the backside of this all the way through Alabama before you're going to be in the clear. So we've got multiple hours to go before we're done with this. So we will continue to watch this for you and describe what we're seeing and give you the watches and warnings as they're issued and answer your questions up there in the chat room. What time do I think it will hit Valley? I think we're on track for the original timeline here. We're probably at 7:31 now. I think within the next hour we'll start to see this in extreme East Alabama. So Valley, you're probably looking at about another hour, maybe an hour and a half. You're a little bit further downstream. Excuse me. We've got storms already in southwest Clay County. And we've got a nasty looking cell there in eastern, excuse me. My voice is just about shot. I've been going since let me hit that with a chug of water. I think total so far we've done about 7 hours of live coverage, and so my voice is trying to leave me here. We have a very nasty cell near Kellyton in eastern Coosa County, moving over into Talapoosa County. I don't see anything tornadic in this one. Let me look at the velocity. No, there's nothing there. But that's a nasty-looking cell, so certainly some very heavy rainfall and gusty winds will be possible. So heads up, Alexander City. You got a storm moving in. Up here in Clay County, heavy part of that cell is just north of Stewartville and maybe just southeast of Sylacauga. Yeah, and this is showing maybe some upper level rotation between Hanover and Stewartville, but that's not a classic tornado look yet. It's very broad. We would need for this area to consolidate and become tiny. Then we might have something to worry about. But there's no question we've got upper level rotation right there. And that would be between Stewartville and Mount Olive, just south of Hollins. You'll notice all these storms have kind of got that comma shape going on. And that's the concerning part. Now, we're not tornadic yet. I'm not saying they're going to go tornadic, but they're certainly taking on that look. The one near Alexander City and the one between Weguffka and Sylacauga. We've got a little notch on the backside of this one, too, just north of Sylacauga. I think the better chances for tornadic activity, though, is going to be back a little bit further to the west. And I will say that this Brent storm, Bibb County, oh, here comes another one. All right, new tornado warning now. This is going to be for actually, they've added. Let me get the text of this up here. A tornado warning remains in effect until 8 p.m. for southeastern Bibb County. We already knew about that. We just added portions of Chilton County to this. That's the part I want to see. Okay, here we go. All right, so the National Weather Service in Birmingham has issued a tornado warning for northern Chilton County in central Alabama and for southeastern Bibb County in central Alabama until 8:30 at 7:35 p.m. A severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located over Talladega National Forest, or 11 miles southeast of Centerville, moving to the northeast at 40 miles per hour. This is a radar-indicated tornado. So understand, for you folks down here in Clanton, your sirens are probably blaring right now down here in Clanton. But the tornadic part of this storm is going to be right in here. And it's moving in this direction. So Jemison is in the danger zone for this tornado. Clanton, not so much. If you're Clanton proper or to the south of Clanton, you should be fine from this one. And we've got a brush fire up here now in White County. And we've noticed that in Georgia, several counties are dealing with brush fires right now because the wind has picked up significantly out there. And we're getting sparking from some of the power lines, and it's causing brush fires. So, folks, I got to tell you, at any moment, I could have to end this and go to work, real work. I'm going to hang with you as long as I can, but we're being affected by the weather up here where we're broadcasting from right now as well. And it's possible I could have to bounce out of here. Hopefully not, but it's possible. Hopefully there's nothing to that brush fire. So once again, zooming back out, showing you the entire eastern half of the state of Alabama and central Alabama, we have two counties under tornado warnings. That would be Bibb and Chilton. That's going to be for a tornado, radar-indicated tornado, that should move just north of Clanton up toward Jemison. All right, so we have an increasing cell now near Goodwater in Coosa County. I was just showing you that. The Weather Service is already talking about this area. So they're watching it. There's nothing there now. They're not about to issue anything, but they're keeping an eye on this area near Goodwater and back up toward Brownsville in southern Clay County. You'll notice some of these cells down here in southeast Alabama are beginning to look real interesting as well. This stuff here, look at all that lightning in that storm just south of Demopolis. That's an indication that storm could be in the process of rotating. We're getting little tail signatures on both of those segments. And again, we anticipate a new tornado watch to drop here in just a few moments. I would anticipate that it will replace the current watch that's in place and will probably extend well into West Georgia. Some of the extreme western counties in Alabama will probably not be included, but I think everybody else will. What about? There comes a what about. What about Wedowee? Hey, Nathan. What about Wedowee? I'm just messing with you. You want to know what's going to happen in Wedowee, don't you? And if I could tell you exactly what's going to happen in Wedowee in the next couple of hours, I would be a filthy rich man because I would be highly sought after across the entire world. I cannot begin to tell you exactly what's going to happen in Wedowee. I can tell you that you've got severe thunderstorms off to your west that will be moving through Wedowee within the next couple of hours. And I can tell you that there's a high likelihood that you will see some severe weather, whether it's a tornado or just damaging straight line winds. I say just, I mean, that's significant. Or whether it's a tornado or damaging straight line winds or large hail or a combination of all of the above. It's all possible. Every square inch along and east of this thunderstorm complex of Alabama and Georgia is in a very high-risk category for significant severe weather to include tornadoes, damaging wind, and large hail. That includes everybody from top to bottom, Alabama, Georgia. And the doctor loves some Wedowee also. I'll be in Wedowee May 31st at Boondocks. That will be our annual hurricane party. Hope you make your plans to be there. Go ahead and mark your calendars right now. You can enjoy some great food, and we're going to have a heck of a good time at Boondocks in Wedowee, Alabama. Somebody said I could predict anything. I can predict. Yeah, you're right. I can predict just about anything, but whether or not I'm right is a totally different story. I could not have predicted the outcome of two basketball games that were played today. I really honestly thought that Auburn had a better chance of not winning than Alabama getting waxed like they did. Oh, man, that was unbelievable. But we both lost today, so nobody can rub it in. Mitchell, I hope you do come to Boondocks. I'd love to meet you. That's a great opportunity for all of East Alabama and West Georgia to all kind of come together because there are so many people in here who are regulars that are here every single time we go live. And, we're family. We really are. We're all family. And I'd love to fill up Boondocks with the Dr. Don family on May 31st. And it's going to be a lot of fun. Miss Tracy and all the fine folks there at Boondocks, they know how to fix some good food. And, of course, the best part's the ice cream. Oh, Caleb. You did it. Caleb's asking, what about Woodland? Somebody remind me, is Woodland in Alabama? Picking on you, Caleb. Yes, Woodland is in Alabama. Every square inch of Alabama and Georgia stands a high risk of severe weather tonight, including tornadoes, damaging straight-line winds, and large hail. Same thing for Heflin. You're in East Alabama. Hey, here, Lynette. Oh, that's fantastic. I hope your 10-year-old does study science. I'm not so sure he needs to turn out just like me, but there are parts of me I think would be okay. Thank you, Denise. I appreciate that. Nikki's watching us in Chambers County. We've got a new warning coming for Shelby County. And we have a continuation of the tornado warning. This tornado is now confirmed. This is in Bibb County. This is a confirmed tornado. At 7:45 p.m., a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado was located near Ashby, or 11 miles southwest of Montevallo, moving to the northeast at 45 miles per hour. This is a particularly dangerous situation. Take cover immediately. Again, this is a confirmed tornado on the ground in Bibb County, Alabama. 11 miles southwest of Montevallo, moving to the northeast at 45. And there it is. It's literally moving right over the National Weather Service office. Let me go back to the chat room and see if they are evacuating their office here. They're also telling us there may be complications with the issuance of the watch, and that's probably because Birmingham is about to evacuate or go to their safe place. So Atlanta will take over warning responsibilities for East Alabama now. And yes, okay, here comes the new tornado watch. And it's for the following counties of East Alabama: Chilton, Talladega, Jefferson, Calhoun, Etowah, Lowndes, Dallas, Autauga, Marengo, Blount, St. Clair, Coosa, Elmore, Montgomery, Bibb, Perry, Shelby, Chambers, Clay, Lee, Cherokee, Bullock, Russell, Talapoosa, Cleburne, Macon, Pike, Barber, and Randolph counties. So all of those counties are now under a tornado watch. Let me see if I can grab the Georgia counties for you. Atlanta and Birmingham both extremely busy at the moment. And this is not a PDS watch. This is a regular tornado watch. So, all right, Peachtree City has now taken over warning responsibility for Birmingham. The National Weather Service office in Birmingham has now gone into shelter mode because this tornado that's just south of Montevallo is going to move directly over the Shelby County Airport, which is where the National Weather Service office in Birmingham is located. So there we go. It did show up. Okay, so we've got a normal tornado watch, if there is such a thing. It is not a particularly dangerous tornado watch. It's just a normal tornado watch. All right, brand new tornado warning now. Here we go in Clay County. This is a tornado warning now for Clay County, Alabama. We have a tornado, possible tornado there in southwestern Clay County. And let me get the verbiage of this up for you, and I'll read it for you right quick. Tornado warning. The National Weather Service office in Birmingham has issued a tornado warning for eastern Talladega County in east central Alabama, south central Calhoun County in east central Alabama, southwestern Cleburne County in east central Alabama, and central Clay County in east central Alabama until 8:30. At 7:50 p.m., a severe thunderstorm was capable of producing a tornado located near Sycamore, or 11 miles northeast of Sylacauga, moving to the northeast at 45 miles per hour. Hazard with this storm will be tornado. Again, it's a radar-indicated tornado warning now for eastern Talladega and western Clay County. You know that stair step that we talk about so often between Clay and Talladega? That's that stair step up to the mountain. That's where this storm is going to track. Up there at Mount Cheehaw is not going to be a good place to be as this thing is moving to the northeast. Let's go look at the velocity on it. Oh, yeah. We have a tornado, and it's mostly in Talladega County. So this storm is going to be south of Talladega, and it's moving in this direction. So I think the actual rotation, the rotating part of the storm where the actual tornado is most likely going to remain mostly in Talladega County unless it starts taking a right-hand turn. Nonetheless, if you're west of Ashland, if you're in Aaron, if you're east of Talladega, then you need to be in your safe place. Right there, Chambers Spring, Waldo. This is going to come directly over Waldo. Probably run between Highway 21 and the Clay County Clay County line as it moves up off to the northeast. I mean, that thing just blew up right there, just right there between Winterboro and Waldo. And just looking to see if Atlanta still has the warning responsibilities, and I think they do. This is going to get kind of confusing. But there you go, folks. There's our first tornado warning in East Alabama. Now, you folks up here in Anniston, you're outside of the polygon. However, if this thing holds together, this could end up in the Oxford-Anniston area. So you got to pay attention to what's happening to you back to the southwest. We have had a history of long-track tornadoes tonight. So there's a reasonable chance that this system will hold together and cross over I-20 in the general vicinity of Anniston and Oxford. No question, this storm back toward Montevallo is without question confirmed and on the ground, and this is certainly a better-looking storm at the moment, but that one over there in extreme eastern Talladega County could eventually look just like this one does. So you got to take it serious. And that storm's going to be right in here. where you see the base of the radar spin right there, that's where the National Weather Service office is located, and that's why they have evacuated. So, again, western Clay County, eastern Talladega County under a tornado warning for a radar-indicated tornado that's moving right up that stair step between Talladega and Clay. So these are the only two tornado-warned storms in the state at this time. The one near Montevallo, and then the storm right there along the Clay County, Talladega County line. And I believe they just... There we go. Apparently, the stars and moons are lined up in a weird way tonight, because I've just been informed that an Atlanta television station interrupted programming for a tornado warning in Clay County, Alabama. And I agree with you, Adam. That's probably a first. But I'm going to tell you why they did it. It's to get everybody's attention in Atlanta, because Atlanta just went under a tornado watch. And they want to make sure everybody in Atlanta understands what's going on in Alabama, because that eventually will make it into the Atlanta area. And he says now, actually, all of them have broken into programming. So it's Saturday night. All the ball games are over. They're not interrupting. Naked and Afraid. And they're trying to get all the folks across West Georgia lined up to watch them for coverage, because it is moving in their direction. So that's why they're interrupting to cover Clay County, Alabama. Ordinarily, we know that. Ordinarily, they don't do that. So just for the sake of you folks in Georgia, we have that extension of the tornado watch all the way up to Hall County, and it also now includes White County. And we have a tornado warning in extreme north Georgia from a little bitty cell. Let me switch over to Atlanta. We can get a better look at that. And that's just north of Ellijay, near Blue Ridge. We have a tornado warning. That's a very small cell, so you can see it doesn't take a big thunderstorm to get a possible tornado. We also have some heavy rain now across White County up near Helen, and that's stretching back down toward Dahlonega. I don't see anything threatening around the White County area right now. But just to let you know, the new tornado watch does make it all the way up into White County. All right, so we have an extension of the warning into Calhoun and Cleburne County. That's going to be southern Calhoun and just barely into Cleburne. But you folks up here in Anniston, Oxford, heads up. This is probably going to cross I-20 right there at Oxford, pretty close to it. If you're at the Army Anniston Depot up there, Bynum, you should go ahead and go to your safe place. If you're in Waldo, you should be in your safe place. This is moving over you right now. Again, this is not the best-looking tornado signature I've seen today, but that general area is where I would place it. Understand, we're looking at this from Atlanta, so let me switch back to Birmingham. Yeah. It doesn't look as well defined as it did. And there's your track. The National Weather Service is receiving reports of fish that got sucked out of the creeks in Sumter County with a tornado that passed over one of the lakes out there, or one of the creeks. I've never heard of that before, but that's what's being reported in the National Weather Service chat room. Reports of fish sucked out of creeks in Sumter County. Hey, Wanda, I'm in White County, Georgia, up in the mountains of northeast Georgia. I'm originally from East Alabama and West Georgia, spent many years down there on broadcast radio. Moved here from Roanoke back in 2011. Yeah, I know, right? At least it's not cows. White County is in the northeast Georgia mountains. If you've heard of Gainesville, we're just north of Gainesville, or we're just to the east of Dahlonega. White County, Georgia is where Helen, Georgia is located. It's where the home of the Cabbage Patch Doll. That is our claim to fame up here. Oh, wow. Look at this. Weather Service is warning the folks at the Calera Walmart to take cover immediately. 107 inbound, 107 inbound, 41 outbound. That's the inflow and outflow in this tornado. We can't really see the storm now because it's right there on top of the radar. Let me go back to Atlanta. I mean, they literally are warning the Walmart in Calera, Alabama, to take cover. And Atlanta's so far away, I can't get a good look at that. All right, we've got a tornado signature, a tornado debris signature now. It's going to be right in this area. So we've got a tornado on the ground that is causing damage in the vicinity of Calera, Alabama. That is right on top of the National Weather Service office. Right here. We have a debris ball that's being detected by radar. And this thing is literally moving right over the National Weather Service office. Atlanta has taken over operations for Birmingham, but apparently there is at least one brave soul still at the desk at the Birmingham weather office because they're still sending out text messages and apparently still watching the radar. Okay, now they're saying they are sheltered. There is reports of damage in Calera. You know, it just blows my mind. Of all businesses, why would you not put the National Weather Service underground? I mean, that's pretty amazing that they're not underground. So a tornado warning remains in effect for southern Shelby County at 8:08 p.m. A confirmed tornado was located near Shelby County Airport or near Calera, moving to the northeast at 50 miles per hour. It is a radar-confirmed tornado. And again, don't forget, we have a tornado-warned storm for, I got to be honest with you. I'm having a hard time picking out stuff in that one. Let me go back to the Birmingham radar. I don't even know if Birmingham radar is still operational. It appears to be. I'm not telling you it's not there, but I'm having a hard time seeing anything in that Waldo storm. Now we're being told that we've got rotation in northern Dallas County. This is being watched very closely. So that would be down here around Selma. Reports that Munford Volunteer Fire Department confirms a tornado on the ground near Munford. That really does not line up with what we're seeing on radar, but I'm not going to argue that point. It is certainly possible. Calera Police Department is reporting that the tornado near Calera has hit a trailer park. Getting reports of at least one mobile home that is completely gone. That's in Calera. That's the reason I've been preaching to you since last Saturday to get out of mobile homes. I think we're about to get a tornado warning for Dallas County, so heads up, Selma. At the moment, we're getting reports of a tornado near Munford. We have a warning polygon for a possible tornado near Waldo. And we have a confirmed tornado on the ground near Calera. And we're getting reports of damage and at least one mobile home destroyed near Calera. That's in northern Chilton County. A new tornado warning has just dropped. This one is going to be for extreme northern Dallas County. This is going to be north of Selma. It's going to get extreme northwest Autauga County, and it's going to get Chilton County. And this one is going to include Clanton. And the National Weather Service Birmingham is back on the floor, back at their computers. So, whew, thank goodness. That was pretty tense. So the Weather Service is safe. They're back at their computers, we're told. Hey, Dadeville. I'm a former Dadevillian. I lived and worked down there. Used to be a radio station in Dadeville. I used to work there. All right, so back to the weather. Clanton, Chilton County, you're under a tornado warning. Let me read the text of this one to you. This is a brand new warning. Tornado warning for northwestern Autauga County, southeastern Chilton County, northeastern Dallas County until 9 p.m. At 8:11 p.m., a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado located near Parnell, or 8 miles northeast of Valley Grande, moving to the northeast at 65 miles per hour. So if you're in Chilton County, you know where it's at. You know where the Peach Park is. If you're in Clanton, you need to be in your safe place now. That possible tornado is going to be right here. And it's moving to the northeast. So this is going to come awfully close to Clanton. It may cross over I-65 just north of the Peach Park. Ham radio operators are reporting that a tornado has touched down in Calera at the Walmart, right there at the Walmart in Calera. Folks, if I'm not calling the name of your town, you have nothing to worry about. I can assure you if there is something to be worried about in Ashland, Alabama, I'm going to be calling Ashland's name. If there's something to be worried about in Wedowee, I'm going to be calling Wedowee's name. Same for every town. When we go into emergency tornado mode, I focus on the tornadoes. And just because I'm not talking about your interest does not mean I'm not looking out for your interest. I am. We continue with a tornado warning there in extreme western Clay and eastern Talladega County for a possible tornado to the southwest of Talladega, moving to the northeast, that would cross over I-20 in the vicinity of Oxford. Now, we had an unconfirmed report of a tornado near Munford just a few moments ago, but I see no evidence of that on radar. Not disputing it. I'm just saying there's no evidence of a tornado near Munford. You know, when you get as much turbulence in the upper levels of the atmosphere as we have out there tonight, it's very easy to mistake a rotating cloud for a tornado. So it's very possible you're seeing clouds up there that's rotating. All these storms are rotating. But it may not be a tornado that's all the way down to the ground. Miss Vivian said, don't call the name of my town. That's just fine. Now, this tornado that's in Talladega County is not going to affect Ashland. It's moving northeast. You folks in Ashland, Lineville, Delta, you're safe. This is not going to affect you. All right, so Birmingham is back on the floor. They're back behind their computers, and they have reassumed warning operations from Atlanta. So Atlanta can now focus a little better on what's happening in Georgia. I mean, that tornado literally came right across the Shelby County Airport. Pretty amazing that the radar stayed up, and it's pretty amazing they didn't take on any damage there at the National Weather Service office. So the tornado warning that we had up at Blue Ridge has been canceled. It's no longer valid. Now, I want you to look at the lightning down here between Selma and Demopolis. I would be almost willing to bet the farm that we're about to drop a tornado warning down here. This area right here is very suspect. You have all your lightning to the north, which is where it should be. You have a mesoscale indication to the south of the lightning. You've got wind going in two different directions, depicted by the different colors. It wouldn't surprise me at all to see a new warning coming just north of Camden. There's also a nasty-looking cell just to the northwest of Monroeville. A lot of lightning with that storm, and we have a mesoscale indication down on the south end of that one as well. Right there is suspect. That's between Monroeville and Grove Hill. Also down there around Centronel, north of Mobile. Anywhere you see these big, dense clusters of lightning, those are cells that are kind of out there by themselves, and they're suspect. I really wish they would give us an update on that Talladega storm. And I know Birmingham's trying to get back in their seats, and they're trying to get back into the swing of things. May take them a minute to give us something on that. As a matter of fact, I'm going to close the program and bring it back up just to make sure we don't have a data lock going on. Yeah, we don't. All right, so this is a serious situation, Clanton. This storm that's coming toward Chilton County from the southwest is a serious-looking storm. If you're in the city of Clanton, you need to be in your tornado safe place. New tornado warning just issued for northeastern Shelby County until 9 p.m. At 8:20, a tornado-producing storm was located near the Shelby County Airport. That was the one near Calera, or near Columbia at this point. Columbiana, I'm sorry. Moving to the northeast at 35 miles per hour. This is a radar-confirmed tornado. And that's going to be right here. This is a very dangerous storm. You folks up here in Pell City, up on Lay Lake, just to the west of Childersburg. Pay attention to what's going on near Columbiana, because that storm is moving to the northeast. And if you're in Chilton County, Alabama, we're talking the southwest corner all the way up into central Chilton County. Places like Billingsley, Enterprise, that's the Enterprise community in Chilton County. That is where my family is originally from. Right there at the Enterprise community. If you're familiar with I-65, there's a Stuckey's right there. That's the Enterprise community. You have Verbena that's on the other side of the interstate. The Alabama Emergency Management Agency headquarters, located right there in the same location. Just on Highway 31, just off of I-65. So this tornado is about to move directly over Clanton. So I got to tell you, Clanton, you got to be in your safe place. And your tornado's right there. Moving like that. It's going to cross I-65 right there at the Peach Park. reports that there is a person trapped in a vehicle on I-65 just south of the 231 exit. Not injured. I don't know why anybody would be in an automobile in an area where we have a nasty tornado taking place, folks. That's the point I've been trying to get across to you guys all day long. You got to be weather aware. Now, someone was not weather aware, and they were in their automobile in an area where there was a dangerous tornado, and now their vehicle has been torn all to pieces. They're trapped in their vehicle. It sounds like they're not injured, and that's a good thing. And I certainly hope that report is correct. But this is the point we've been trying to make, and I've been hollering about this for a solid week. You got to be weather aware. You got to know where you are. At least listen to a radio station that's telling you what's going on and get off the road when a warning is issued. Obviously, this person drove right into a tornado. These are things that are preventable. All right, so we've got a new severe thunderstorm warning that just dropped for Clay County. So they have let me see. Let me look at this before I say that. Looks like they're replacing the tornado warning with a severe thunderstorm warning. Severe thunderstorm warning for Talladega County in east central Alabama. South central St. Clair County, northwestern Coosa County, and central Clay County until 9:30. At 8:26, severe thunderstorms are located along a line extending from near Columbiana to near Talladega Springs to near Lay Lake, moving to the northeast at 60 miles per hour. This whole area, and that flashing tornado polygon will drop off here shortly, is moving in this direction. So that's what they're warning for right now. It's a severe thunderstorm warning. Now, I'm going to tell you that if you want to take the course of least regret and be the safest you possibly can be, you need to go to your safe place. Notice what it says on the screen. I know it's hard to see. Considerable damage is likely with this thunderstorm as it moves up into Clay County. 70-mile-per-hour winds and 3/4 inch in diameter hail is likely with this storm. So the safest thing to do, if you're up here in Clay, southern Talladega, we're talking Sylacauga, Childersburg, northern Coosa, we're talking Blue Creek, all the way back over into central Clay, the safest thing to do is to go to your safe place. This is the part of the storm right here that they're warning for. And it's moving in that direction. Oh, wow, look at that. All right, so we're looking at 65, 66 miles, 67 mile per hour, 68. We've got 70 mile per hour winds in this storm. About to move into Sylacauga. This is going to take out the power grid in Sylacauga. This is about to cause some significant damage in Sylacauga, Alabama. You're about to lose power if you're in Sylacauga. This is the absolute strongest wind in this storm. Where you see that purple. And this is moving in this motion. So this is headed toward Ashland, Millerville, Goodwater. You may get in on it. Claremont Springs. If it holds together, this could eventually be a problem for Wedowee, Lake Wedowee, Malone, That is very significant wind. This is the 70, 80 mile per hour damaging straight line winds that we've been telling you we could see tonight. There it is. Apparently, this is a pretty significant situation in Calera, Alabama. The Shelby County Sheriff's Office dispatch says that Calera is asking. Hold on, let me read some other stuff so I don't tell you wrong. Well, I'll just read what it says. The Shelby County Sheriff's Office dispatches says Calera is asking them to report to Calera City Hall and wait for further instructions or dispatch. I'm assuming that we're talking about the law enforcement is being sent to the Calera City Hall. That's where they're going to probably stage, and then they're going to go into the area. Nothing in Phoenix City right now, but we've got severe weather across central Alabama moving to the east, so your turn comes a little bit later on this evening. Power blinking in Wedowee. Now, that's because of the gradient winds that are running out ahead of this storm system. So the winds are really picking up now across Randolph, across Talapoosa, across Chambers and Lee, and probably across West Georgia. We're beginning to see an increase, especially in the wind gust. And that's going to continue to increase as the storms get closer to you. The wind is already horrible at Lake Wedowee, we're told. There's nothing going on in Wadley right this moment. If I'm not talking about a specific location, then there's nothing to worry about in that location. Right now, we're concerned about this extreme high wind that's coming across Sylacauga, Alabama, that's going to move up into central and western Clay. That's the most dangerous weather out there at the moment that's going to affect East Alabama. We're also watching that tornado that's moving up toward Clanton, Alabama. A lot of folks watch us over here in Chilton County. We pay a lot of attention to Chilton County because that's where our weather comes from, across East Alabama and West Georgia. And I may have a few family members that live in Clanton. I got a brother and some nieces and nephews down there. So we're paying attention to Clanton, Alabama. That's my prerogative. We can do that. And the tornado is still very obvious. There it is. And it is moving over Clanton as we speak. If you're listening to me around Clanton, Alabama, and you're not in your safe place, you need to go immediately. Okay. You got to be kidding me. Hold on. Let me confirm this before I... Okay, so the National Weather Service has canceled the tornado warning for Chilton County. They're saying the storm has dropped below severe limits and is no longer capable of producing a tornado. That looks awfully suspect to me right there. Computer still has a mesoscale on it also. I'm not second guessing them. Those guys and gals know what they're doing. Let me refresh to make sure I didn't have a data drop. Nope. No data drop. That's good. Okay, so all clear, Clanton, from a tornado warning. That looked pretty impressive there for just a few moments. All right, so now the two issues we have is this tornado warning over toward Vincent. Weather Service is now posting there is no confirmed tornado near Munford. That's what I told you earlier, folks. I don't know who reported it, and for it to have been in the chat room, it probably was somebody of the law enforcement or fire department arena for it to make it that far. But I just wasn't seeing anything to confirm a tornado up there. Now the Weather Service is confirming that there was no tornado in the Munford area. Or there hasn't been yet. Look at old Adam Slay. He's got the big screen going. Of course, he's old as Methuselah. He has to have a 90-inch screen to be able to see anything anyway. All right, so right now, the biggest threat we have for East Alabama is this wind that's coming out of, that's moving out of southern Talladega County. And it kind of looks like it's going to take almost the same track as that earlier possible tornado took. I mean, look at that. We've got 50, 60 mile per hour winds. There's a 60 right there. They may be about 5 mile per hour weaker than they were just a few moments ago, the last time I probed it. There's a new volume scan. Let's catch that and see. There's a 67 right there. So, no, we've still got some pretty respectable winds in this thing. There's a 67.3. That's the leading edge of this gust front. That's what's prompted this severe thunderstorm warning. And it is moving in that general direction. So it's going to affect everybody inside of these arrows that I'm drawing on the screen. So Talladega, you're going to get these winds. Ashland's going to get it. Millerville is going to get it. Sylacauga's experiencing it now. If it holds together, Delta will get it. Lineville will see the wind. Goodwater, you may catch the southern edge of it. Here comes a new tornado warning for Chilton County. Imagine that. This is a tornado warning for northwestern Autauga County, southwestern Chilton County, northeastern Perry County, southeastern Bibb County, northeastern Dallas County until 9 p.m. At 8:38 p.m., a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located 8 miles west of Paul M. Grist State Park, or 9 miles northwest of Valley Grande, moving to the northeast at 50 miles per hour. All right, so let's clear that, and let's go back to the south because we just lost one tornado for Clanton. Now we have another one to your southwest, Clanton. Heads up. We just told you it was safe to come out of your safe place. Now you're going to need to go back into it again for another possible tornado that is going to be down here just west of, just west of Selma. I'm going to put your tornado in this area right here. And it's going to be moving in that direction. Now, it's got a ways to go before it gets up there to Clanton, but just heads up, you have another storm upstream that's headed your way. Ah, wow, look at that. There's your tornado right there. That's just west of Selma, maybe a little bit southwest of Selma. Going to move in that direction. If you're over here in Autauga County, you guys need to really watch what's going on with this entire complex. Eventually, all of this is going to work into Autauga County. Now, I've already seen several folks posting from Prattville. That's where I originated from back in the day. Prattville, Alabama would be my hometown, a hometown. That's where all this started. So I have several folks down there that watch me. My dad still lives in Prattville. So I'm just giving you a heads up. All this stuff off to your west, where we're seeing these tornadoes form and move to the northeast, and then we get another one form and move to the northeast. All of that is eventually going to move over Autauga County, so don't let your guard down. Also down here to the south, I mean, look at that storm near Camden. That thing could go tornadic at any moment. Then we head on down to McIntosh, just north of Mount Vernon. This is southwest Alabama. New tornado warning down there. This tornado would be headed to the northeast. Probably going to be just west of Monroeville if it holds together. Stormy night in southwest Alabama also. And we have a new tornado warning now for Talladega County. This is certainly ramped back up, folks. You know, we saw a little lull in the action. I told you I wasn't ready to call it off just yet because I was afraid things may change again rapidly, and they have. So a tornado warning has now been issued for central Talladega County in east central Alabama until 9:15. At 8:41 p.m., a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located over Winterboro, or 7 miles east of Childersburg. This tornado is moving to the northeast at 50 miles per hour. Have we got somebody in the chat that needs to go night-night? Yeah, I think we do. Folks, if you constantly post stupid stuff in the chat room, you will be blocked. Goodbye, Pink Palm Puffer, or whatever your name is. You're gone. Power is out in Haywood and the Woodland area. Folks, I'm not going to answer your what about questions. I cannot do that right now. There's too much going on. And if I'm not talking about your town, you have nothing to worry about right now. When there's something you need to worry about in your location, I will call the name of your community. I promise you I will. Trey, my nerves are just about frayed. And my patients are running thin. All right, so I do have to step aside just for a second. I told y'all I'm dealing with things up here in Northeast Georgia as well. I've got a couple of things I've got to check on. Give me 5 minutes, and I'll be right back with you, and we'll continue this. folks, I'm back with you. Had to take a quick break there. It is 8:55 p.m. Central, 9:55 p.m. Eastern, and we are watching a pretty nasty setup of weather that's taking place across Alabama. We have some very strong winds moving up across East Alabama. We have a confirmed tornado that is moving through the Talladega area. And let's just go over here to look at something on that one. Oh, my goodness. Your tornado's right in that general area. Maybe right there. So that's going to move right over downtown Talladega. So if you're in Talladega, all the way back out to I-20 near the Supermotor Speedway, you need to be in your safe place. And I got to tell you, this entire area that's still not good. I'll get it in a minute. All right, that entire area right there is extremely high wind, and it's moving in this general direction. It's going to come very close to you in Ashland. It's going to come very close to you in Lineville. But anywhere inside that circle, you could experience 70-plus mile-per-hour winds, and there could be a tornado in there. The computer seems to think we have one. I don't see a tremendous amount of lightning right there. I see more lightning down around Sylacauga. And you'll notice that we have a little indention right there. That's a little kink in the line right there. So we could have something developing right there just south of Sylacauga. Now we are going, I think we just went confirmed on the Talladega storm. A tornado warning remains in effect until 9:15 p.m. for northeastern Talladega County. At 8:56 p.m., a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located over Talladega, moving northeast at 55. No, it's not confirmed. But we are continuing the tornado warning for northern Talladega County for a thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado now currently over Talladega. All right, we've got a debris ball on our southern tornado down here moving up into Chilton County. So this is a confirmed tornado, and that is nasty. That's probably the best-looking tornado I've seen today. So this is very dangerous. We have got a confirmed large and dangerous tornado on the ground. Just west of Billingsley, moving to the northeast. So for the second time in the last hour, Clanton, you need to go to your safe place. Maplesville, you need to be in your safe place. We have a debris ball on this storm. That means that the tornado is on the ground, and we have debris being lofted into the upper levels of the atmosphere. And it's a persistent debris ball, which means this thing is on the ground. It's causing damage. That just really looks bad, folks. I'm not trying to overplay this. I'm just telling you. That is a very, very ominous-looking tornado signature right there. So anywhere between Maplesville and Billingsley, though I don't think Billingsley is going to be involved in it. But if you're between Maplesville and Billingsley on Highway 82, you need to be in your safe place. This thing's going to move right over 82, just south of Maplesville. It's going to continue off to the northeast. It'll cross over Highway 22 just northeast of Maplesville. And then it will continue moving to the northeast. Let me pull it back and draw the arrow for you again. There's your tornado. And I don't know if it's shifted a little bit north. It looks like it may have. Well, let's don't call that the tornado, though. I think that's probably where we're at. It could be anywhere in here. So let's split the difference. Let's call that your tornado. So maybe this one moves just a little bit west of downtown Clanton. But if I'm Clanton, I'm in my safe place. Here's an update from the National Weather Service. I'll read it aloud to you. The tornado warning for northwestern Autauga and northeastern Dallas has been canceled, but the tornado warning remains in effect for Chilton County. At 8:59, a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado was located over Parnell, or 13 miles northeast of Valley Grande, moving to the northeast at 50 miles per hour. So they have taken Autauga and Dallas out of this warning, but they continue it for Chilton County. That is significant. It is confirmed, it's large, and it's dangerous. Folks, if I'm not talking about your town, your particular location, your street, your front yard, you have nothing to worry about. I am focused on where the life-threatening weather is occurring at the moment. If I'm not talking about Woodland, that means there's nothing going on in Woodland. If I'm not talking about Roanoke, that means there's nothing going on in Roanoke. When life-threatening weather threatens your location, I will talk about it. The different color meanings. Well, right now we're looking at the velocity product. This is wind that we're looking at. So the different colors are telling us that the wind is moving in different directions. And we can go in and inspect that and get the different wind speeds. So there's a 51 mile per hour wind that's outgoing away from the radar. And then on the south end of the storm, you have a 30 mile per hour wind going toward the radar. So if you've got part of the storm, the reds are moving away from the radar and the greens are moving toward the radar, then that means that you've got rotation occurring here. Look at that pink down there. There's 69.6 miles per hour. I just saw an 80. There's 75.5, 78. There's an 81 right there, 81 miles per hour, and that's below the banner. Let me get that pulled up. Look at that. 81 miles per hour right there at Billingsley. Now, that's not necessarily on the ground. That's up, in the upper levels of the atmosphere, maybe 1,000 to 3,000 feet off the ground. But the rain will get on top of that and push that to the surface. So we've got a gust front that's actually trying to set up beside this potential tornado, and that may be the part of the inflow boundary that is blowing back in the direction of the storm. I mean, this may be let's see here. I'm getting discombobulated. So this may be the inflow boundary working back into this storm. And we've got some 80 mile per hour winds that are being pulled up over Billingsley right into the circulation of this tornado right here. I'm feeling a little bit better about Clanton. I think your tornado's right there. It's moving in that direction. So I think this is going to be a West Clanton storm. I don't believe it's going to come directly over downtown Clanton. I think it's going to be a little bit north of the Peach Park is where it'll cross over I-65. And we'll go back up to this mess in East Alabama. I'm telling you, folks, Talladega, from Childersburg up to Talladega, back down to Chambers Springs, Sylacauga. You guys are just getting hammered with high wind. Look at that, 70 miles per hour. That's right there at Waldo. There's some upper 60s in extreme western Clay County. Look at that. Waldo, 76 miles per hour. 80 miles per hour just south of Winterboro. $75 miles per hour. And you get down there around Sylacauga and you got some 50s and 60s. And we have a radar indicated possible tornado right there around Talladega, moving to the northeast. This really doesn't look like a classic tornado signature right here around Talladega. This looks more like a gust front, but the winds are so strong it really doesn't matter. I mean, you got tornadic strength winds moving up across Talladega right now anyway, so either way. Back to the reflectivity, and for the rest of East Alabama, you've got rain and heavy rain across most of Clay County, moving into western Randolph. You folks down there in Wadley, the rain is just about to begin. There at Southern Union, the rain has already begun across Lake Wedowee, about to move into Wedowee proper. Hasn't started raining just yet in Roanoke, but it's coming. And we're watching to see what all of this energy back over towards Sylacauga is going to do. Does all that continue to move northeast and bypass East Alabama? It's possible. But look at all this stuff back down to the south. We're talking all these storms down here around Clanton and Selma. That's what's going to eventually end up over Randolph, Talapoosa, and Chambers. Folks are still looking at this, and they're still thinking that all the storms are going to miss Roanoke. They're still thinking all the storms are going to miss Lafayette. They're still thinking all the storms are going to miss LaGrange because it looks like they're moving away from you, up to the north of you. And these particular storms are indeed doing that. But as this line progresses to the east, more storms will form to the south and then pull across East Alabama. These storms are going to move in this direction. So this will come back across Clay, Randolph. And then we'll see new storms that will form back down even further to the south. I mean, all this stuff down around Monroeville right now, this entire area, could very well end up being what moves across East Alabama and West Georgia. And then looking at the big picture overall, we have that tornado watch now that goes all the way up through Atlanta Metro, all the way up to Hall County, up to Gainesville. White County is included. Doesn't quite make it over to the Athens area, but we'll see. They may extend it further to the east later on tonight. I'm going to switch over to Peachtree City for just a moment. And there's no severe weather up here in North Georgia. That's a very good sign. We've got very heavy rainfall along the I-75 corridor down to North Metro. But as long as that's what we keep right there, and that's going to slide off to the east, that will cool the atmosphere. And all the energy we have down here in Alabama won't survive by the time it gets up here because we've got so much heavy rain that's taking place up there now. So we have no warnings in Tennessee, no warnings in North Georgia. The only warnings we're dealing with now are back in east central Alabama and then back into central Alabama. So that's a good sign for North Georgia. I know we've got a lot of North Georgia folks watching us tonight. And I know everybody wants to know about their front yard. Everybody wants to know what's going to happen at their house. I can't tell you what's going to happen at your house. I can tell you what's happening right now, and I can tell you where it's happening right now, and I can tell you what the possibilities are in your front yard if you're in front of this line of storms. But I can't tell you for sure what's going to happen. I can't tell you how it's looking at this place or that place. All we can do is focus on what we know is happening right now, tell you which way it's moving, and describe it in real time as it takes place. You should be prepared for the absolute worst. You should be close to your safe place if you're ahead of this storm or in the middle of it. And you should be ready to go to your safe place. All the other precautionary measures should have already been completed. Now we are in live action mode. You should have your shoes on. You should be fully clothed. Like somebody said last night, make sure everybody's got their teeth in. And be ready to go to your safe place if a warning is issued for your area. If you're in western Clay County, you should be in your safe place. If you're in Talladega County, you should be in your safe place. If you're in Chilton County, you should be in your safe place. Here comes a new severe thunderstorm warning, and this one is going to catch northeastern Clay, northwestern Randolph, parts of Cleburne, pretty much all of Cleburne, and parts of Calhoun. So that's a new severe thunderstorm warning that was just issued by the National Weather Service, and I'll read it to you. The National Weather Service in Birmingham has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for northwestern Randolph, southeastern Calhoun, Cleburne County, and northeastern Clay County until 10:15 p.m. At 9:12 p.m., a severe thunderstorm was located near Oxford, moving to the northeast at 55 miles per hour. So you're scratching your head, how can a storm near Oxford affect northwest Randolph County when it's moving to the northeast? And I don't know that I would have worded it that way, but this entire complex, as it's moving northeast, will also slide off to the east. So you folks in Randolph County, you're going to be getting this part of the storm. That's what's going to move across Randolph. You folks in northeastern Clay, you're going to be getting this part of the storm. It's going to move in that direction. So forth and so on. You get the general idea. Seeing a lot of reports of some pretty high wind all across East Alabama, and that is to be expected. The gradient is tightening up just ahead of this line of storms, and the winds are really going to be picking up. Who was that? No, Lacey, you haven't lost your mind. You do hear chirping in the background. I was just waiting for someone to pick up on that. That's another story, folks. So I have a brooder in the same room my studio is in because we hatched some chicks. And the brooder, I hadn't put them outside yet. The chicks are, what are they, 2 weeks old? Yeah, I think they're 2 weeks old today. So you may hear some chirping in the background, and those are baby chicks in the brooder on the other side of the room. Getting reports that we've got power outages now in some parts of Randolph County. And that's from gradient wind. It hasn't had anything to do with the storms that are moving through. Power, excuse me. Power's also reported out with Dowie around the area of Bobbers. There's not supposed to be anything but wind in Lynette so far, JP. The line hasn't gotten to you yet, though you do have some showers just to your west. There's Lynette, and you see you got showers moving into Lafayette, so that's how close they are to you. This has been, the line was moving pretty fast across Mississippi. But about the time it hit West Alabama, it really did start to slow down. I mean, we're at 9:19 p.m., and I honestly thought the storms would be in East Alabama by 6, the way it was looking earlier. But it's 9:19 now, so we're right on time. About 9 to 10 p.m. is when I said the storms would be moving in, and that's what we're looking at. Again, the only tornado warning we have in the state right now is going to be down here near Clanton. And they have extended that further north now. That's a tornado warning that's going to go all the way up into northwestern Coosa County and up to the border with Talladega. So heads up Sylacauga, heads up Weguffka. This storm that has prompted the tornado warning down in Clanton may end up moving through your area. Extremely high winds now in western Clay County. Tons of lightning between Ashland and Talladega. And I believe this is going to end up, let's let it loop through. All the lightning is right there along the stair step between Talladega and Clay County. From Ashland back up to Talladega. And most of that lightning is running right up the stair step between the two counties. So that lightning, if you're up at Mount Cheehaw looking back to the southwest, you're seeing a constant lit sky. If you're in Ashland looking northwest, you can see all of that lightning. We're seeing reports of a house destroyed on Highway 82 in Maplesville. About 2 feet of water over the roadway on County Road 84 in Calera. Seeing reports that there was a storm chaser really close to where I believe they're talking about the Calera tornado, very close to where the tornado hit the ground. And they've lost contact with the storm chaser. So they're trying to find that storm chaser. We have a flash flood warning now for Clay, Talladega, Cleburne, and Calhoun. That's because of the copious amounts of rain that's falling here and here. They are issuing a flash flood warning for that area. Winds are picking up in Oxford. Unconfirmed reports of significant damage along Highway 82 near Maplesville. So this is Maplesville, and this is Highway 82. The damage would be somewhere in this area. In relation to let's say, Alexander City. We know we've got tornado damage right there. So that just kind of puts it into. I'm not suggesting that tornado's headed toward Alexander City. It is not. I'm just trying to give you an idea of where Maplesville is located in relation to a location where everybody knows where it is, and that's Alex City. So, heads up, Sylacauga, this thing's coming directly at you. Getting reports of at least one home that's destroyed in Maplesville. All right, so the Weather Service is telling us that it appears that this Chilton County storm has lifted for now, but they're not canceling the warning. They're going to hold on to it for that possible tornado right in this area. Still see some incredible rain and wind there, but they're not going to cancel the warning just yet. But if they do cancel it, we'll have no more tornado warnings in the state of Alabama. Everything will be severe thunderstorm warnings. All right, now we're being told that there are entrapments in the 100 block of County Road 3003 in Maplesville, Alabama. Wow, Jay, that's pretty strong. Tiffany, I don't have an opinion. All I can do is tell you what we've been seeing happen and tell you what the possibilities are for Beulah. It would be foolish of me to try to give you an idea of what's going to happen in Beulah because I don't know how these storms are going to evolve between now and the time they make it into southern Lee County. I can tell you what the possibilities are. And the possibilities are very strong, damaging straight-line winds, maybe a few tornadoes, and large golf ball size hail. I haven't seen a lot of reports of large hail tonight. That's one thing I thought might actually end up being a big problem. But I haven't seen reports of big hail. I don't know if these storms are in the process of going through another cycle where they die off for a little bit and then they ramp back up, because we've already seen that happen once this afternoon and this evening. And that is possible that that's what we're seeing, because at the moment we only have one tornado warning in central Alabama. But by the time this line makes it over to Beulah, I don't have a clue what kind of conditions this storm system will be producing. I can only tell you what the possibilities are. Wind speeds around Sylacauga and Talladega. Right now, Sylacauga probably not seeing a whole lot in the way of wind. Yeah. I mean, you may be seeing 10, 15 mile per hour winds. The really strong wind, at least up in the upper levels of the atmosphere, right there at Ashland, we've got some 60 mile per hour winds. There's a 75 near Aaron, or just to the southwest of Delta. That's right there where all that thunder and lightning is. And then Anniston got some 70 mile per hour winds. Again, that's not at the surface. That's up about 1,000 foot off the ground. But the rain on top of that can push that to the surface. It'll mix it down to the ground. Now, going back down here to the storm that may be producing a tornado, we have some 50 mile per hour winds coming in toward the storm. And then we have maybe 20 or 30 mile per hour winds going away from the storm. This is pretty impressive right here. I know they were talking about this storm appears to have lifted, and it may have for the moment. But check out that inflow notch. That is pretty crazy right there. That's your inflow into the storm. And if there is still a tornado, it's sitting right there. And moving in that direction. So that's a great structure. It may not be on the ground at the moment, but that is a very well-defined tornado signature. And if it's not on the ground, it could reproduce and go to the ground at any moment. And that's just to the west of Kelly's Crossroads. You know where that's at, out there on Highway 22, to the west of Hyssop. Just on the northeast side of I-65, really close to the home headquarters of the Alabama Emergency Management Agency. They are holding on to that warning just to the north of where that signature is showing up. We continue with a severe thunderstorm warning for northwest Randolph, northeastern Clay, all of Cleburne, and part of Calhoun. All right, I'm going to step aside again for just a quick minute or two, and then I'll come back and we'll continue with our coverage here on Dr. Don's Weather. As I'm noticing out of the corner of my eye, a lot of you are losing power. So before I take that break, let me see if we can get this working. There we go. This is power outage in Alabama. I'll just kind of kick it over to the side here where we can see it real good. And we've got about 10% of our customers without power in Randolph County. About 10% power loss down in Talapoosa County. We've got a total of 44,258 customers without power in Alabama at this time. All right, I'll be back with you in just a few moments, so hang in there with me. right, Dr. Don back in here with you. It's 9:37 p.m. Central, 10:37 p.m. Eastern. I got to get me a new chair, folks. The cylinder is broken on my chair, and I I end up in the floor, and then I have to bring the chair back up so I can see the radar. Sorry about that. And we're watching severe weather across Alabama, across central Alabama and east Alabama. We have a severe thunderstorm warning for the northwestern part of Randolph County. Highway 431 from Wedowee all the way up to I-20 is a no-go at the moment. You do not want to travel 431 between Wedowee and the interchange up there at Oxford. It's a bad ride. And we have a new tornado warning. This is going to be for that storm that I was talking to you about just a few moments ago. This is going to be in Coosa County. And this is for a tornado that is very close to the Coosa County line. It's maybe still just barely in Chilton County, but it's about to cross into Coosa County. And that tornado, possible tornado, is going to continue moving to the northeast. So it's going to move between Weguffka and Rockford. Let me make sure I'm telling you right here. Let's put the base velocity. Yes. Actually, I think it's further upstream. I think that's your tornado right there. So that's going to continue northeast. It's going to come very close to Hanover in Coosa County. Weguffka, you should be in your safe place. Hanover, you should be in your safe place. I think that's going to be your tornado right there. Lost power in Standing Rock. We've lost power in parts of Roanoke. What about Dadeville? I'm not talking about Dadeville, so there's nothing to worry about in Dadeville. Not at the moment. 800 power outages in Georgia, we're told. We're concerned about this possible tornado in Coosa County that's moving right through the central part of Coosa County. Now, this is going to be, the tornado part's going to move north of Rockford. It should be very close to Hanover when it crosses 231. Between Hanover and Stewartville is where it'll cross 231. So further downstream, you folks up there at Mount Olive, even Goodwater needs to pay attention to this. And then eventually up here in southwestern Clay County, Hollins, Brownsville, watch what's happening to your southwest. This thing is ramping up. And it's beginning to look more significant now on the velocity product. No power in Swag. No power in Wedowee. Jessica, I will stay with the storms until they get to the Noonan area. If we were to have a tornado warning for the Noonan area, yes, I'll stay with it. This is Alabama that we're covering. Alabama and Georgia. Right now, the two areas of concern is right here. That's over in Coosa County, Alabama, moving to the northeast. So this could be a problem downstream for southern Clay and even parts of Randolph, this could be a problem if it holds together. That's a pretty nasty looking. That looks like the tail end of the best instability that's moving across East Alabama. So it wouldn't surprise me if this thing doesn't hold together for a long distance. So if it does, then areas around that arrow that I've just drawn on the screen need to pay attention to what's going on down here. And it could be even a little further south, be a little further south than that. So if you're in Roanoke, pay attention to this. If you're in Wadley, pay attention to this. Wedowee, Lineville, Ashland, Mellow Valley, even northern Talapoosa County should pay attention to this. So the tornado warning for Chilton County has been canceled. A tornado warning remains in effect until 10 p.m. for northwestern Coosa County at 9:44. A confirmed tornado, this is now confirmed, was located near Unity or over Weguffka, moving to the northeast at 45 miles per hour. So this is now a confirmed tornado. So I'm going to go back down. Now, this is getting into our coverage area. Coosa County is one of my counties, so we're going to go down and go back to the velocity, and I'm going to pinpoint where the tornado is, and that's it right there. This is Weguffka. And we're going to go ahead and do some roads for you. County Road 56. This is in Coosa County. County Road 107. So near the intersection of County Road 56 and 107 is where the tornado is located at this time. And this is confirmed. This is a confirmed tornado. There's Highway 231. This is going to cross over 231 near Hanover. Maybe just maybe a mile north of Hanover is where the core of this storm is going to pass over. So Hanover, you need to be in your safe place. If you're anywhere up here on County Road 49, from Hanover all the way up to 280, you need to be in your safe place. Old Plank Road. County Road 56, where it intersects with 231. You need to be in your safe place. If you're anywhere west or southwest of 280 in the vicinity of Hanover, you need to be in your safe place. If you're anywhere in this area, go to your safe place now. The tornado is inside of that white circle, and then you see the arrow pointing in the direction that I expect this to take. So the National Weather Service is continuing the severe thunderstorm warning for Clay, Cleburne, Calhoun, and northwestern Randolph. Green meets red. Get under the bed. That's a pretty good saying. Hey, Walter, good to see you in here tonight, and thank you for that. He says he's watching Dr. Don's Weather and the Weather Channel, and he says I'm getting to it quicker than they are. Thank you, Walter. I appreciate the kind words. Cedartown, Georgia, in the house. Yes, Beads, this is the only active tornado warning at the moment. And it is in the process of crossing over 231, just barely north of Hanover. Now, I'll tell you that even though it's a severe thunderstorm warning, this stuff just north of Folsom, right there along the Cleburne-Randolph County line, looks pretty significant. We've got some 60 and 70 mile per hour winds up here. So heads up. It just crossed over 431 just north of Folsom. And that's going to continue moving on up to the northeast. So Abernathy, Hightower, up in Cleburne County, this is going to move through your area. And Ranburne, you're going to get some heavy wind out of this too. Oh, you got some pretty heavy winds in Folsom right now. But the heaviest part of this thunderstorm right now is right there. Most of it is in Cleburne County, and it's moving in that direction. And we have a new severe thunderstorm warning downstream. And this is going to be in Autauga County, just north of Prattville, stretching over into northwestern Elmore County near Holtville, and then up into southwestern Talapoosa County, almost but not quite to Alexander City. Seaman, Alabama, you're in this severe thunderstorm warning. Now, remember what I told you earlier today and what we've been talking about. You want to make sure you go into your safe place, even if you go under a severe thunderstorm warning, because 70 and 80 mile per hour winds will be very common with these thunderstorms. We may be about to get another severe thunderstorm warning for Clay County. They're looking at another severe for the Boeing segment moving into Clay County. Severe thunderstorm warning now for Heard County. This is our first warning of West Georgia. Severe thunderstorm warning for Paulding County, Haralson County, for Carroll County, northwestern Cobb, Douglas County, southeastern Floyd, northern Heard, northwestern Coweta, southwestern Fulton, southeastern Gordon, Polk County, and Bartow County until midnight. At 10:54 p.m. Eastern, severe thunderstorms were located along a line extending from Epsom Hill to Corinth, moving to the northeast at 70 miles per hour. So that's a very, very large area. Of west and northwest Georgia, really to the west of metro Atlanta. Just about every one of those counties going under a severe thunderstorm warning now, and that's for that area that's moving through Cleburne and northern Randolph. That'll continue moving off to the northeast. Heads up, Clay County. Wouldn't surprise me at all if you don't catch a severe thunderstorm warning here at any moment, or you may even get a tornado warning out of this. This part of Clay County. That's going to be the southwest corner. All right, so we got a new severe thunderstorm warning for Clay County. And I know it's awfully hard to see because we have so many warnings on the screen. I will do this. We'll draw it. How about that? That's the new severe thunderstorm warning that's just been issued. Now, Randolph County continues under one as well, up there in the northwest corner. We're talking from Newell back up into Cleburne County. All of Cleburne County continues under a severe thunderstorm warning. And the heaviest part of this storm right now that's about to move into Clay County is right down here. And that's moving in that direction. That line continues to intensify. That's moving through Cleburne County. Stretches from Fruithurst to just north of Hightower. And it is moving in that direction. Severe thunderstorm warning continues for southwestern Talapoosa County, north and northwest Elmore County, extreme eastern Autauga County. We're talking Deatsville down to just north of Prattville. Montgomery County, you haven't seen a whole lot. But this line is about to push into the western side of Montgomery County. More people are asking about the chicks they hear in the background. They're not birds. They're baby chickens. I have a flock of chickens. Thank goodness I decided to do that before the egg prices went through the roof. So I incubated. I had 30 eggs in my incubator, and I wasn't paying attention when I put them in there. I just filled the incubator up. Didn't even count how many I was putting in there. I was thinking for some reason that it was a 24-egg incubator. Well, it was a 30-egg incubator, and I'm going, well, I'll be lucky if I get 50% hatch rate. Well, out of 30 eggs, 29 of them hatched. So I have a makeshift brooder in the room where my studio is located. These chicks are 2 weeks old, and they just decided to really get vocal tonight for some reason. I was just waiting for somebody to pick up on that. Is this going to affect North Carolina? I think you'll see some storms out of it. Probably won't happen, though, until after sunrise tomorrow. And I don't think they will be as strong as they are in Alabama and Georgia right now. I do sell the eggs. I typically take them to my place of work, and I don't put a price on them, though. I just tell folks to donate to the feed fund because the feed is very expensive. What can you expect in Noonan? You can expect what you're seeing in Alabama. Which is severe thunderstorm wind. Right now, most everything is a severe thunderstorm warning. We have lost the tornado warning now that was in effect. So now we're back to severe thunderstorm warnings. And that's basically from just north of Montgomery all the way up through Cherokee County, Alabama, and from northern Heard County and northern Coweta County north and north of I-20 up to almost Rome and over to around Alpharetta. And this big warning up here that gets about 6 or 7 counties of West Georgia is because of this complex coming out of Alabama. It's moving in that direction. Now, you folks in the rest of Randolph County and down here in Chambers will have to keep an eye on this. That's all moving in that direction. You folks down down here need to watch this storm. Everybody that's over in Georgia, and I'll start on the south end of our coverage area and work north. If you're down here in Harris County, your weather will come from this direction. So watch that stuff just south of Montgomery. That's what's going to end up over here in Smith Station, Phoenix City, and up into Harris County. If you're in Troup County, back over toward Meriwether County, pay attention to these storms just north of Montgomery, back over Prattville, about to move into Millbrook and Wetumpka. That's what will be headed your way. If you're in Carroll and Hurd, back over toward Coweta, you need to look in this direction. That's what's going to be moving in your direction. That's the direction all of these storms are moving tonight. And we've got all of this back here to go. So we are still a long way away from being in the clear. Opelika, you need to look down in. Opelika needs to look in this area. So the storm's just north of Montgomery and just south of Montgomery. This is the area you want to watch. And as this line moves to the east, you just kind of watch down there along the I-85 corridor, because that's what will come right up I-85 across Lee County and affect Auburn and Opelika. Noonan. And this stuff coming out of central Alabama will affect Noonan. And you see, that's a lot of stuff. There's a lot of lightning involved with that storm down there in Elmore County. That's going to come right across Talapoosa, probably come across northern Chambers, southern Hurd, and that'll end up over here in the Noonan area. Probably an hour or so away from you. But that's where your opportunity for severe weather will come from. I've opened a can of worms now. Valley, yeah, you look down there south of Montgomery. Hey, Jamie Daniel, and hello to everybody watching us at the Central Hatchie First Baptist. Great to have you with us. I'm glad you guys joined in tonight. I've seen a couple of photographs from different groups all around East Alabama and West Georgia that are in a shelter watching our coverage, and we greatly appreciate you guys tuning in. We're going to watch you up there in Central Hatchie. We'll let you know if you've got anything to be concerned about, for sure. Heavy rain in Roanoke. Yeah, you've got very heavy rain in Roanoke. Don't forget about the severe thunderstorm warning there for Goodwater in northeastern Coosa County, and most of Clay County also under a warning. Ashland, Lineville, Delta, And that's for all this stuff moving through. Now, I'm pretty close to giving my first good night. While I can do it, if you're in the Birmingham metropolitan area, good night. Birmingham's in the clear. That's about the only place I can clear at the moment, though. Another quick break. I'll be right back with you. Stay with us. Our severe weather coverage continues on Dr. Don's Weather. right, Dr. Don back in here with you. It's 10:15 p.m. Central, 11:15 p.m. Eastern. It is Saturday, March 15th, 2025, and we are continuing long-form coverage of severe weather across East Alabama. This segment's been going now for right at 3 hours. We have close to 10,000 people viewing us at this time. Now, that's just the number of connections. That's not really the number of people. So it's going to be more than that. And I got to tell you, folks, I'm humbled. This is the largest live audience we have ever had. And this is pretty awesome stuff that we've got so many people tuned in to us. I know we have groups of people at different locations. Different shelters are watching us across the area as well. And we appreciate that. And we appreciate those folks you see scrolling at the bottom of the screen. They make all of this possible. And so many of you donating to us individually also make all of this possible. And we thank you for that because we're providing a service to East Alabama and West Georgia that's well needed. And we're able to do that through your generous contributions because all of this is very expensive. Trust me. We're in our 6th year. I know a lot of people have discovered us for the very first time tonight. And we do this on a regular basis and have been doing it for over 6 years. So be sure and like us and share us and subscribe to us on Facebook. There is a 99-cent per month charge on Facebook to subscribe to us, but that helps us continue to be able to do this and to invest in better equipment, better technology so that we can do this even more efficiently the next time it happens, and it will happen again. Also, go over to our YouTube channel. Subscribe to us on YouTube and click that little notification bell because YouTube notifies you differently than Facebook. If you don't interact with us on Facebook on a regular basis, we'll drop off of your news feed, and you'll never know when we go live to cover severe weather. YouTube works differently. They use an automatic push notification whether you interact with us or not. So it's very important. Even if you want to continue watching us on Facebook, you got to go over to YouTube and subscribe to our channel and click that little notification. The best idea for you folks who are still watching us on Facebook is to go to YouTube and watch us and put us up on your big screen television. Your smart TV will allow you to go to YouTube. Then you just search for Dr. Don's Weather and watch us on your big screen television. The resolution is 100 times better on a big screen TV versus trying to watch us on your phone or your iPad. iPad's better. A tablet is better than your phone. But a big screen TV is the absolute way to go to watch live severe weather coverage here on Dr. Don's Weather. And again, I'm just awfully humbled and amazed at the number of people that's watching us here on Dr. Don's Weather. A lot of you folks suffer from weather anxiety. I get it. I understand it. It's a real thing. And we do our best to give you a calm, precise, and correct description of what's going on with the weather and to keep you in the know. If you're here, if you suffer from anxiety, just know that you simply being here and watching this is putting you in a position where you're 90% more likely to survive with no issues versus someone who has no earthly idea what's going on around them. I'm already seeing photographs of people who's been involved in tornadoes and high winds in their automobile. That never should happen. You should never, ever drive into a severe storm. As long as you know what's going on around you, then you won't. You'll know about it. But obviously these people are oblivious to what's going on around them, and then they get out there and they get caught in an automobile. That's the absolute worst place you could be. So if you're here watching us, then you're already 90% there of being safe from severe weather. You know what's happening. Learn, though, where you are on a map. If you haven't already done that, you can teach yourself. It's very easy. Just go to Google. Google the state you're in, whether it's Alabama or Georgia. Get a map. Find your town on that map, and then learn the counties around you. So when I start talking to your about your neighboring county, you'll know that the storm's going to affect you next. These are all simple things you can do that will help you with that anxiety. And you'll survive. You'll be just fine. We're going to walk through this together tonight. So we continue with severe thunderstorm warnings up there from about Franklin north in West Georgia. The heaviest of it is just north of I-20, up there around Cedartown, Bremen, Buchanan, Rockmart, and that's going to continue moving to the east-northeast. So Dallas and Douglasville, heads up, it's coming your way. Taylorsville, Cartersville, we'll probably get in on this. I think the heaviest part of it may stay just a shade bit south of Rome. But downstream, we've got Kennesaw, Mableton, Fairburn, Peachtree City. It's going to affect you. Now, this severe thunderstorm warning does get part of northern Coweta County, but it's just north of downtown Noonan is the cutoff on this. So this current severe thunderstorm warning does not affect downtown Noonan proper. However, looking back to the west, we do have storms entering western Heard County there near Franklin that will rotate up through Noonan. And then the main line is still well back into Alabama. So Noonan, you're going to get a couple of rounds. The first one's probably just going to be some strong rain and some gusty winds. And then the second line that's coming through Clay County, Alabama, will eventually affect you up there in Noonan. We still have severe thunderstorm warnings for northwestern Clay County, and for southern and eastern Calhoun and all of Cleburne. The severe thunderstorm warning that was in effect for northwestern Randolph County has expired. Heavy rain around Woodland, from Wedowee south to Roanoke, just small pockets of heavy rain. For the most part, it's light rain now in Roanoke. But we still have that line that hasn't cleared through Roanoke yet, so it's not over for you. It's not over for East Clay. It's not over for all of Randolph. It's not over for Talapoosa. We still have a line that's moving through Talapoosa, and we have a third line that's trying to form back around Clanton. So we still have several hours of this to go across East Alabama and West Georgia. The only locale that we can really say goodnight to at the moment is the greater Birmingham area. Talladega, you're almost in the clear. I'm almost ready to tell you goodnight, but not just yet. I'm going to go back and loop this so you can kind of get a sense of the direction this is moving in. And you'll notice more storms filling in down here in the south and moving up to the northeast. And that is current right there. We'll zoom out and look at the entire area. And I'm going to jump over to the Atlanta radar site just for a second so I can look at North Georgia. Hannah's asking the question, are the tornadoes done? I don't know the answer to that, Hannah. I wish I could say yes. The only thing I can tell you at the moment, we have no tornado warnings in Alabama or Georgia. That's a good sign, but it may just be a cycle that we're going through. We did this earlier today. We had tornadoes all over West Alabama, then all of a sudden they all went away, and we went about an hour and a half with no tornado warnings, and then it ramped back up again. At the moment, we have no tornado warnings in Alabama or Georgia, but I cannot safely tell you that we're done with tornadoes. We've still got to watch this for several more hours and see. All right, so looking at North Georgia, I know we have a lot of folks up here in northeast Georgia where I'm located that watch us. So let me kind of show you what's going on here. At the moment, there's absolutely nothing in or around White County, Georgia, to be concerned about. And really, to be honest with you, all this stuff in northwest Georgia, that's just heavy rainfall with an occasional stroke of lightning. But and that's moving, this entire area is kind of moving like that to the northeast. So what we've got to watch for is the northern end of this stuff that's catching warnings from Rome down to Cedartown and down south. This is the heaviest weather in West Georgia right now. That is going to move like this. And so this will be I think at the moment, looking at what's out there right now, this will be the best opportunity for severe weather up here in northeast Georgia. But understand, that's still at least an hour, maybe 2 hours from making it into northeast Georgia. So we got a while to go. And this could certainly change its look significantly, either one way or the other, before it gets up here. So what it looks like right now is most likely not what it's going to look like when it gets into northeast Georgia. It could be heavier, it could be weaker. We're just going to have to watch and see. But at least at the moment, there's nothing threatening northeast Georgia. All right, we're getting a new severe thunderstorm warning, and this is going to be for central Clay County up through northeast Clay County, northwest and northern Randolph, and southeastern Cleburne. That's a new severe thunderstorm warning. And there's so much on the screen. I know this is hard to see. So I'm going to... You heard my phone ring in the background. That is Randolph County's regroup calling me to tell me that we're under a severe thunderstorm warning. See, I don't even live in Randolph County anymore, but I've signed up for it, so I'm getting that notification. And you saw how quick that happened. About the time I said we have a new severe thunderstorm warning, you heard my phone ringing in the background. That was the mass notification system that Randolph County uses to send you those alerts when the warnings are issued. So if you haven't signed up for Randolph County's mass notification system regroup, then you need to go to their website, to the Randolph County website, and do that right now. And if you're outside of Randolph County, check with your local county and municipality. Check with your local emergency management office. They can tell you. I'm almost positive everybody has a mass notification system nowadays, and you need to sign up for it. It's a pretty good deal. It doesn't cost you a dime. And you get those weather warnings and local county-specific information. So I'm going to draw this warning for you because it's kind of hard to see with all the other stuff on the screen right now. So that's the severe thunderstorm warning that covers central northeastern Clay, northern Randolph, basically from Wedowee north, and then southeastern Cleburne. And this warning is in effect until 11:30. At 10:25, severe thunderstorms are located along a line extending from near Barfield to 7 miles southwest of Ashland, moving to the northeast at 55 miles per hour. I don't really see anything concerning in any of this other than very strong wind. I don't see anything that indicates any rotation. I'm getting a good bit of thunder outside my location, but I don't really see anything of any concern up here. And then we have a severe thunderstorm warning that continues for northern Elmore, southeastern Coosa, and that'll probably get extended on over into Talapoosa here in just a few moments. That's a pretty heavy-looking complex down there. That's just to the west of Kalijah or just to the southwest of our town. I know we've got folks up here on Lake Martin that are watching us tonight. Take a gander at what's over to your southwest, and that is moving in your general direction. So that's going to move right over Lake Martin. It is a severe thunderstorm. We've got high gusty winds, maybe up to 60 miles per hour with this storm, but there is not a tornado involved in it at the moment. Big storms down south of Montgomery. Nothing severe around Montgomery. And then big storms to the southwest of Troy. We do still have some severe thunderstorm warnings down in the Mobile area. But the good news is no tornado warnings across Alabama or Georgia at this hour. Clanton, Alabama, good night. The severe threat has ended for Clanton. Montgomery will be able to go to bed here shortly. Prattville, Alabama, good night. So there's a lot of damage back in central Alabama, specifically around Calera, Alabama. I'm looking at some pictures that are being posted to the National Weather Service website or their chat room, and I'm currently looking at a house that is completely destroyed. So right around Calera, Alabama, a lot of damage. No, Roanoke is not good to go to bed. Why would you think that? The storm hasn't even moved through Roanoke yet. Here's your line of storms. And the line of storms is moving in that direction. So the storms are still west of Roanoke. The heaviest part of the storms are still west of Roanoke. And you will not be clear to go to bed until that line clears Roanoke. And that's probably going to be another hour. Hunter, where are you? I don't know if you're good or not. I'm not really clear on where you're watching us from. Hey, Cecilia, there's one of our supporters. Good to see you this evening. Pat Ray up in Lincoln, Alabama. Lincoln, it won't be long. You can go to bed. Uh-oh, here comes a new tornado warning. So we've got a new tornado warning, and this is for Talapoosa County. This is for that thunderstorm I was just showing you that's moving over Alexander City. So, Ellen Sims, if you're still watching over here on Lake Martin, you need to go to your safe place. New tornado warning now, and this is going to be right there on the line between Coosa County and Talapoosa County. Let me go to the velocity, and I'm going to call the tornado in this area. So you should go to your safe place if you are in our town. Kalijah, just to be on the safe side. We actually could have rotation right there. So Kalijah, our town, Fish Pond, even over here at Dadeville, Jackson Gap. Let's go to our safe place. Alexander City, you're in the tornado warning polygon. You're going to be on the north end of it, but let's be safe. And let's go ahead and go to our safe place. Let me get the verbiage of the warning up here for you. The National Weather Service office in Birmingham has issued a tornado warning for northern Talapoosa County in east central Alabama and southeastern Coosa County in east central Alabama until 11:30. At 10:34 p.m., a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located over western Lake Martin or near Equality, moving to the northeast at 55 miles per hour. So I've got it circled properly. It's right there over Equality, and it's moving to the northeast. So some of the areas that will be affected by this potentially could be Hillaby Creek, Fish Pond, Goldville, eastern Lake Martin, Cottage Grove, New Site, Ray, western Lake Martin, Dadeville, Horseshoe Bend National Park, Jackson Gap, northern Lake Martin, Highways 9 and Highway 22, Eagle Creek, Daviston, Alexander City, Horseshoe Bend, Nicksburg, and Wind Creek State Park. If you are camping at Wind Creek State Park, listen to me. This is an emergency. You need to go to the bathhouse right now. Do not stay in your camper if you're camping anywhere on Lake Martin. So, folks, if you know of someone who is camping on Lake Martin, be a hero and call them right now. Make sure they're clear. They're under a tornado warning. They've got to get out of those campers and go to the bathhouses. They must do that immediately. Basically, anywhere from Kalijah up to Fish Pond, that includes our town, you need to be in your safe place. Wind Creek State Park, go to your safe place immediately. All the way up to Dadeville, from Alexander City all the way down to Dadeville, along Highway 280, go to your safe place. If you're up here at Eagle Creek, go to your safe place. This is a radar-indicated tornado that's moving into the Lake Martin area as we speak. Heard County has a severe thunderstorm warning, not a tornado. That's a brand new warning that was just issued. And I'll read that to you right quick. We can get it to come up. And this is going to be extreme northeastern Carroll County. Severe thunderstorm warning for southern Paulding County, northeastern Carroll County, Cobb County, and Douglas County. That's a severe thunderstorm warning until 12:30 a.m. At 11:38, Severe thunderstorms are located along a line extending from near Yorkville to near Temple, moving to the northeast at 45 miles per hour. That's a severe thunderstorm warning for extreme northeastern Carroll County. Oh, my goodness. I've just gotten a picture of a school bus flipped over on its side at Winterboro High School. That's in Alabama. That's how powerful some of this wind is. I'm going to download this. And I'm going to try to get it up for you here in just a little bit. So once again, we have a tornado warning now for southwestern Talapoosa County, basically the Lake Martin area, for a radar-indicated tornado that's moving into southwestern Talapoosa County, just to the southwest of our town, maybe just a shade bit north of Kalijah, right there on Highway 63, where 63 comes out of Elmore County up in to the southern end of Lake Martin. You know, it goes right by Kalijah, then up over and through our town, and then it comes out up there at Alexander City. If you're anywhere on 63 between Alex City and Kalijah, you should be in your safe place right now. Willow Point Road. This is in southwest Talapoosa County. Walker Ferry Road. Pitchford Hollow Road. Liberty Church Road. Young Ferry Crossing West. Wicker Point. Shores Road. State Route 63. State Route 128. Moose Road, Dean Road, Raintree Road, let's see, some of this stuff here. County Road 40, Bay Pine Road, Nevins Road, Williams Drive, Point Cloxon Circle, Mountain View Way, U.S. Highway 280 from Dadeville all the way to Alexander City. You should be in your safe place. Bama Park, I think you're going to be just a tad bit south of where the biggest danger is. That tornado, the possible tornado, is going to be pretty close to inside that circle I just put on the screen. And it's going to move in this direction. It'll cross 280 about halfway between Dadeville and Alexander City. Upstream, New Site, Budston, Daviston, Horseshoe Bend State Park. Be prepared to go to your safe place. You folks up here in western and northwestern Chambers County, Pennon, Alabama, Frog Eye. Heads up, you need to be paying attention to what's happening downstream. You folks up here in extreme southeastern Clay, southwestern Randolph, Wadley, Southern Union, Malone, even Roanoke. You need to be paying attention to this. This is where your tornadoes typically come from. And I'm giving you a big heads up on this one. If you're up there in southern Clay, southern Randolph, northern Chambers, you don't need to go to your safe place just yet. but you certainly need to pay attention to what's going on here. This actually looks a little better organized now than it did earlier. This has come across the southern end of Lake Martin now. It should be pretty close to the eastern shore of Lake Martin and getting pretty close to crossing over 280. Dadeville, you need to be in your safe place. Jackson Gap, you need to be in your safe place. I think we can call it all clear for northern Elmore and extreme southeastern Coosa. Though this is a pretty big-looking system right here. Jackson Gap, this is an emergency for you. You need to be in the lowest floor, center of the lowest floor, and your basement if you have one. This is an emergency. I'm calling it right now for Jackson Gap, Alabama. This is the time to go to your safe place if you're anywhere between Alexander City and Dadeville, and I would go to my safe place if I'm in Dadeville. But Jackson Gap, you're in the bullseye. You need to be in the center of the lowest floor of your home, and you need to be there right now. You do not have time. This tornado, though it hasn't been confirmed yet, is most likely on the ground. And until we know otherwise, we have to assume that it is. It's already moved over Wind Creek State Park and continuing off to the northeast. So this is an urgent situation for Jackson Gap. Urgent situation for at least West Dadeville. Urgent situation for Buttston. Horseshoe Bend State Park, Eagle Creek. Go to your shelter immediately. Tornado's right in there. Moving in that direction. So it's going to cross 280 right there at Jackson Gap. We have a new tornado warning for Pike, Alabama. That's just below Montgomery. But this is a very dangerous situation crossing over 280 now to the southeast of Alexander City. The tornadic part of this storm is not going to affect Ellick City. It's going to cross over 280 right there at Jackson Gap. Jackson Gap, the entire area, folks, are asking me what road's in Jackson Gap. Jackson Gap's not that big. This storm's bigger than Jackson Gap. If you're anywhere in Jackson Gap, get in the lowest floor and go now. Don't keep asking me questions about what road. Your life depends on this. This is serious. Go to the lowest floor of your home and get in the center of that room. If you're anywhere in Jackson Gap or even remotely close to Jackson Gap, this is going to come directly over, and it's going to cover the entire town. The road doesn't matter. Moving northeast. Alexander City is good. Yes, Eagle Creek. You need to be in your safe place. It's coming right at Eagle Creek. It's most likely has already crossed over 280 now. Jackson Gap, you're right in the height of it right this moment. And next stop will be Eagle Creek. Right there, we're 49. 49 from Dadeville to New Site's a no-go. You shouldn't be there. If you're on 49 around Eagle Creek, you need to pull off, get out of your automobile, and get into a ditch. Don't stay in your car. Your car is the worst place you can be. You're better off in a ditch or a ravine than you are in your automobile. If you're on 49, anywhere between Dadeville and New Site, you need to get off of the highway. Do not travel north from Dadeville. Do not travel south from New Site. If you're just north of Dadeville, turn around. Get out of there. If you're just south of New Site, turn around and go north. Get out of there. This is going to cross over 49 right there at Eagle Creek. Horseshoe Bend State Park, you're next. Buttston, don't go west. Stay put if you're in Buttston. Daviston, heads up. You need to be in your storm shelter. You need to go to your safe place right now. All right, we have a tornado debris signature crossing over 280. So we now have confirmed tornado on the ground. So we just got a confirmed. We're going confirmed. We've just gone confirmed on this tornado. We've just gone confirmed. We have a confirmed tornado on the ground now approaching Eagle Creek. This is a emergency situation for Talapoosa County in the area of Eagle Creek. A tornado warning remains in effect until 11:30 p.m. for northern Talapoosa County. At 10:52 p.m., a confirmed tornado was located over Jackson Gap or near Dadeville, moving northeast at 55 miles per hour. This is going to be north of Dadeville. Damaging wind, and this is radar confirmed. We haven't got ground truth reporting yet, but it is radar confirmed. There's very little question here. We have a tornado that's causing damage. We have a debris signature. We have debris that's being lofted into the upper levels of the atmosphere. New severe thunderstorm warning now for Elmore County and Montgomery County. But we're going to stay with this tornado warning. We also have a brand new tornado warning up near just north of Douglasville. This is near Dallas, moving to the northeast. This will be north of you, Sandy Springs. This will be south of you, Cartersville. This is going to be headed toward Kennesaw. That's a tornado warning for Dallas, Georgia, for a possible tornado. Now extended further east up to around Kennesaw and Woodstock. That is well outside of my coverage area and well inside the Atlanta television market. I'm sure they're covering that just fine. 2 tornado warnings in Alabama. One is down south. This is going to be in the Troy area. That's a tornado warning now for Brantley, Alabama, and for Troy, Alabama. We have severe thunderstorm warnings now for the Montgomery area. All the way back up to Tallahassee. New severe thunderstorm coming out of Montgomery, moving up toward Tallahassee. And then our emergency situation continues in northern and now northeastern Talapoosa. TDS being shown in the northern part of Jackson's Gap. So that's just confirming, and that's probably just a minute or two old. This thing is now up around Eagle Creek. And that's just confirming that we have a tornado here, folks. New site. Go to your safe place now. Daviston, in your safe place now. Anywhere on Highway 22 from Alexander City all the way to Daviston should be in your safe place. I'm going to go ahead and call it for southeastern Clay and southwestern Randolph. You're not officially under a warning yet, but go ahead and hit your safe place. From Wadley back over toward Mountain Community, you need to be in your safe place. And for northwestern Chambers County, I'm talking about from Pennon back up to Shiloh and Milltown. I need you to go to your safe place. You're not under a warning yet, but this looks rather significant, and I think you will be shortly, especially southwest Randolph County. Wadley, Corinth, Mountain Community, go ahead and go to your safe place. This tornado is going to be in this general area here between Eagle Creek and Alexander City, maybe just a little bit north. It actually looks like it's running parallel to 22, to Highway 22. And it's going to be moving in that general direction. So this thing's making a beeline for you, Wadley. I need you to go ahead and go to your safe place. The town of Troy, where Troy University is, south of Montgomery. They're screaming at you down there. Go to your shelter now. Our Talapoosa storm is going to cross 49 near Horseshoe Bend. And this thing is growing in intensity. It's getting bigger. This is turning into a significant tornado, and it is confirmed. Considerable damage with this tornado taking place right now, just north of Eagle Creek, northwest of Eagle Creek. It is moving to the northeast, directly toward Wadley, Alabama. The Troy tornado is going to go right through downtown Troy. So you folks down there in Troy, you need to be in your safe place now too. Folks, if you know anybody who lives in southwest White County, call them. You know anybody that lives in Wadley. You know anybody that lives in Corinth, Friendship Community, Malone. Call them. Tell them that there is a tornado confirmed on the ground to the southwest of Wadley, moving to the northeast at about 50 miles per hour. We don't have much time here. Folks down there in southwest Randolph, southeastern Clay have got to go to their safe place right now. Tracy, text Corey, make sure he's aware. This is some deja vu taking place right here. Okay, a tad bit of good news. That last volume scan doesn't look quite as strong. But don't rely on that. It's still there. There's no question. There we go. It's just not as big as it was just a moment ago. There's your tornado. It is just past Horseshoe Bend, and it is moving to the northeast. New site. This is going to move directly over new site. There's your tornado. It's moving in this direction. So we're going to, new site needs to be in the safe place. Daviston is probably going to cross over Highway 22 right there at new site. And if they extend the warning further north, and I'm expecting that to happen here at any moment, it's going to end up either in southeastern Clay or southwestern Randolph. And again, according to the National Weather Service, this is a confirmed tornado with a debris signature. The concern right now is northeastern Talapoosa, southeastern Clay, and southwestern Randolph. If this cell continues in this direction, this would be more of a concern for southwestern Randolph and then maybe up into central Randolph. This would not be a Roanoke or Rock Mills concern at the moment. This storm is not moving in that direction. Woodland needs to be paying attention. Needham's Hill area, Crystal Lake area, Broughton Ridge, Potash Ridge, same areas as we had the damage in back in 2001. That was the last time we had a level 5 risk in Alabama. That was 4 years ago, and here we are looking at the possibilities of this again. All right, here's an update on the Talapoosa County tornado. A tornado warning remains in effect until 11:30 p.m. for northeastern Talapoosa County. At 11:01 p.m., a confirmed tornado was located near New Site, or 9 miles north of Dadeville, moving to the northeast at 55 miles per hour. Hazard with this storm is damaging tornado. Repeat, a tornado is on the ground. Take cover now. Move to a basement or an interior room on the lowest floor of a sturdy building. Avoid windows. If you're outdoors or in a mobile home or in a vehicle, move to the closest substantial shelter and protect yourself from flying debris. All right, so we're about to get an answer on whether they're going to go Randolph with this, and I'll be shocked if they don't. I'll ask the question. They're making me nervous. If you're in southwest Randolph, southeast Clay, go ahead and go to your safe place. I'm asking the question in the National Weather Service chat room whether they're going to continue. And they say they're watching Randolph and will consider downstream warning shortly. So I'm not waiting any longer, folks. I'm going to call it a tornado warning for this area. Go ahead and go to your safe place if you're inside that circle I've just drawn on the map. The tornado was right there near New Site, and it's moving northeast. Okay, here it goes. We got tornado warning now for Randolph and Chambers. They just dropped it. Tornado warning for Randolph and Chambers. It'll populate here in just a second. There it goes. Well, they're going to officially put Roanoke in it, so there you go. If you're in Wadley, Dickert, Roanoke, all the way up 431 from Roanoke to just south of Wedowee, up here in the northeastern portions of Randolph, go to your safe place. If you're in northwestern Chambers County, go to your safe place. They did not include southeastern Clay, though if I'm in extreme southeastern Clay, I'd go ahead and go to my safe place as well. But from Shiloh to Milltown to Doublehead to just south of Roanoke, north to Cooley Crossroads, Malone, Just south of Wedowee, go to your safe place. We have a dangerous storm confirmed on the ground now near new site, moving to the northeast. You need to go to the center of the lowest floor in your home. A basement is best. Stay away from windows. Tornado warning now in effect for extreme northwestern Chambers, southern Randolph, to include Wadley, Corinth, Malone, Dickert, Cornhouse Creek, Crystal Lake, Randolph, Potash, Napoleon, just south of Woodland. Go to your safe place. So the tornado is in this general area. And it's moving northeast. This is going to come very close to Wadley. I've actually got someone at the Wadley campus. Y'all bear with me right quick so I can send a message. I can't find. Adam, if you're still watching, text Brandon Cobb and tell him to go to their safe place. Okay. That was scaring me, Brandon. He just texted me and said that they're in their safe place. And I see the number now. I got you. Okay. I just want to make sure. He's on the campus of Southern Union there at Wadley, and I wanted to make sure they're aware of what's going on. So they are in their storm shelter. Good deal. All right, for the rest of you around Wadley, the storm is going to be in the general area of Daviston now, continuing to move pretty much right along Highway 22, and that'll continue to the north and northeast. And that's going to move very close to Wadley, even up there in Corinth, Malone. You need to be in your safe place. Roanoke, you're also under a warning as well. The sirens are going off in Wadley. They're going off in Roanoke. You can hear them all across the southern half of Randolph. Now, if your sirens are going in Wedowee and up in the northern part of the county, this particular storm is not going to affect you. This is going to be for central and southern Randolph County. Tornado warning remains in effect until 11:30 for northeastern Talapoosa County at 11:08. A confirmed tornado was located near new site, or 15 miles north of Dadeville, moving to the northeast at 50 miles per hour. So within the last 1 minute, the tornado is still in Talapoosa County, but it's just barely southwest of Wadley. Now that's going to be your tornado right there. And it's moving in that direction. It could affect everybody inside of those arrows, from the top arrow to the bottom arrow. So if you're anywhere in between the outer arrows, you need to be in your safe place. All right, so the sirens are also going off in Rock Mills. I think this stays a little bit west and north of Rock Mills. I'm seeing folks asking me to zoom out, and I wish I could. I wish I could show the entire area, but we have a life safety situation unfolding in the county that we primarily cover. So I've got to stay with this. I can tell you that there are no other areas in East Alabama or West Georgia with a tornado warning at the moment. So there are no other concerns. This is by far the greatest concern. So Wadley, that tornado should be approaching you now. I'll say this: the indications here are not overly concerning, though I think we do have a tornado. This appears to be on the smaller side compared to some of the other indications I've seen earlier today in some other locations. This doesn't look to be a major significant storm. Nonetheless, if you're inside this polygon, you need to be in your safe place. And that includes Wadley, Dickert, Roanoke, Crystal Lake, Corinth in Alabama, Aldman, Malone, County Road 26, all the areas that were hit back in 2001. You're inside the polygon on this. Weather Service is confirming the circulation is weaker than it was about 5 minutes ago. Northwestern Chambers is in the tornado warning. That's it. This is from Milltown over to Doublehead North in Chambers County. And if we still have a tornado, it's going to be directly over Wadley right now. The tornado is moving to the northeast at 55 miles per hour. I saw a couple of comments that the sirens were going off in parts of West Georgia. I don't know why they would be. Siren and Wadley should be going off because you've got a tornado right on top of you. No, you didn't lose audio. There are times I have to pause and take care of other duties, and so I just stopped talking. I'll be honest with you, I don't see a good rotation signature anymore on this Randolph County tornado. But the Weather Service is continuing the warning. I just got an update. Let me read it to you. A tornado warning remains in effect until midnight for southern Randolph and northeastern Chambers County. At 11:15 p.m., a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located over Sparkling Springs, or 13 miles south of Lake Wedowee, moving northeast at 40 miles per hour. I've never heard of Sparkling Springs. I'm assuming it's somewhere here in extreme southwestern Randolph County. We'll just say the Wadley area. So I need some ground truth reporting from you guys. In the Wadley area, do we see anything going on? Now, the sirens may be going off county-wide in Chambers. That may be why you're hearing sirens down there around Lynette and Valley. But that would be a really bad decision. That should not have happened. The warning is for extreme northwestern Chambers. That warning is not going to affect you in Lynette, Valley, Casita, Lafayette, 5 Points, Pennon. Pennon, you're close, but not quite. So if the sirens are going off countywide in Chambers, that should not have happened. Okay, Mountain Springs is in the Frog Eye area. Okay, I got you. Thank you, Matt. So the Weather Service is calling the tornado in this area. Though I'll be honest with you, I don't see it. I don't see it as far as radar data is concerned. I like this look better, which is right there on the east side of Wadley. But none of it looks good. I don't see anything that's a real strong indication of a tornado. Okay. All right. Here's an update from the Weather Service. Circulation near Wadley in Randolph County. Okay. Now, I can buy that. That's what I was just showing you. Right here. And it's moving in that direction. So I think the circulation part is going to run parallel to Highway 22, and it'll stay just north of 22. This is coming right there where 77 and 22 intersect. That's where the tornado is right now. So right there at the intersection of 77 and 22, is the area of the most likely location of where this tornado is right now. Now, the rotation is not nearly as strong as it was at one time. Maybe back toward Concord now. Moving to the northeast. Going to kind of run 22 parallel to Highway 22. We have a tornado situation down here in Troy, Alabama as well. That storm just went right through downtown Troy, right over Troy University. Anniston, good night. Talladega, good night. Sylacauga, good night. Coosa County, good night. Alexander City, good night. Tornado warning continues for southern Randolph County from Wadley to Roanoke and up to just south of Wedowee. And I'll tell you, this Randolph County storm doesn't have a really, really, really good look to it. I mean, the structure's not really there, but that doesn't mean that we don't have a tornado. And the Weather Service concurs that the rotation is not as strong as it was, but we still have some there. And we're catching a severe thunderstorm warning now for southeastern Talapoosa County, southwestern Chambers, and western Lee. That's for a line of strong thunderstorms stretching from Dadeville all the way down through Bama Park, eastern Elmore, and then across I-85 to the south. So that's a brand new severe thunderstorm warning now for southeastern Talapoosa, southwestern Chambers, and western Lee. Randolph County's tornado warning has just been canceled. That thing has weakened. Whew. So the sirens should stop in Roanoke because they just canceled the warning. So that's good news for you, Randolph County. We still have a very heavy thunderstorm here. There's no question about that. There's the leading edge of it. Very strong all the way up through Wedowee and back around Malone and back down to Wadley. And that's moving in that direction. You're going to have some pretty strong winds move through the Roanoke area here in just the next few minutes. But the Weather Service has canceled the tornado warning for Randolph County. The rain should be subsiding in downtown Wadley for now. And there's strong winds everywhere, folks. You got to understand, we've got a jet stream at about 3,000 feet that's running about 120 miles per hour. So some of that wind is being transported or mixed down to the surface because of all this heavy rain. Everywhere you see dark red, you've got high wind. That's just the kind of setup we have this evening. Red equals heavy rain and strong wind. Where you see the orange polygons, that is a severe thunderstorm warning. We have a very strong line now from about Dadeville down into southern Talapoosa County that's sweeping off to the east-northeast, and that's going to move right through western Lee and eastern Talapoosa and up into southwestern and western Chambers. You folks down there in Lynette and Valley have been asking all day, when's the weather going to get here? Well, here it comes. It's just off to your west. At the moment, there are no warnings in effect in Clay, Randolph, Cleburne, or any of our West Georgia counties. We have no warnings in Troop, Hurd, or Carroll. The closest warnings to you are north of you up there around Talapoosa, along I-20, back over toward Douglasville, and to the north. For you folks up here in northeast Georgia, some heavy rain just moved out of White County, and we really have nothing off to the west that is sensitive or that is threatening us at this point. We do have some heavy storms down to our southwest, and they are moving to the northeast, so we will have to watch that stuff between Jasper and Alpharetta. That could end up here in White County in another hour or so. But the tornado warning has been canceled for Randolph County. No, Cleburne County is not in the clear. You got red all over Cleburne County. Why would you be in the clear? Anniston, you're in the clear. Talladega, you're in the clear. Childersburg, Sylacauga, Stewartville, you're in the clear. Alexander City, I'm calling it clear for you, but you got some scattered convection off to your west that's still got to come through there. But I think the significant severe threat probably has ended for Alexander City. Clanton, good night. The rest of you, yeah, we got a minute to go. Yeah, well, the sirens that were going off in West Point probably should not have. The only thing I can figure is they set those sirens off when northwestern Chambers went under a tornado warning. And that would have been a mistake if they set the sirens off at West Point, because that tornado was moving northeast. It was never a threat for West Point, Lynette, or Valley. Now, that's still a very heavy cell working through Randolph County from Wedowee all the way down to Rockstand, right there along 26. That is still a respectable storm. Just because we don't have a tornado warning doesn't mean you should let your guard down. The absolute heaviest part of it right now is just north of Rockstand, and it's going to move off in this direction. Woodland, you got heavy rain, and this is going to end up over in northwestern Hurd County. All right, I got to take a quick break. Give me 5, and I'll be right back with you. righty, folks. I'm back in the house with you. It is 11:36 p.m. Central and 12:36 p.m. on the eastern side of the time zone. Dr. Don in here with you on your Saturday. It is still March 15th. Been the longest day of my life, I think. This segment has gone now for 4 hours and 17 minutes, and we have almost 3,000 people in the room with us at this moment. That's just on the Facebook side. We have double that over on the YouTube side. Our last segment we did, about 3 hours ago, we had over 70,000 views, and we are going to far surpass that on this segment, no question. I know a lot of folks are asking, what about your particular location? Folks, when we get into tornado emergency mode, and that's where we have been several times in the last couple of hours across East Alabama, if I'm not calling the name of your town, then you have nothing to be worried about. Just because I'm not talking about Lynette, just because I'm not talking about LaGrange, just because I'm not talking about Lineville, doesn't mean that I'm ignoring you. I'm paying attention to the areas where the life-threatening weather is taking place. And you would want me to do the same thing for your town as well if you were under a life-threatening situation. Instead of talking about Roanoke, you'd want me to talk about Lineville if you have a tornado warning with a tornado coming through Lineville. And that's exactly what I would do. That's the way this works. There's no way that I can answer all of your whatabouts and pay attention to the areas where life-threatening weather is taking place. This is a one-man show for the most part. But I see in the chat room that we have quite a few folks who have taken on the role of answering some of these what about questions, and I appreciate you because it's just impossible for me to be able to do that for you. I know that your only concern is your house. I get it. I completely understand that. But it's just impossible to be able to tell you exactly what's going on in every single community across East Alabama and West Georgia at the same time. I can't do it. Nobody can do that. We can talk about the areas where the most serious weather is occurring, and that's the only way we can do it, and that's what we will continue to do here on Dr. Don's Weather. So we have the severe thunderstorm warning down in Chambers County. That's the worst weather right now. So we're going to spend a little time talking about this. We have that line of storms that is stretching from just northwest of Lafayette down through the southwestern side and corner of Chambers County, and also in southeastern Talapoosa County, down through Waverly, Camp Hill, into western Lee County now, near Notasulga. We have 70-mile-per-hour winds taking place down here, and that will cause considerable damage, especially to trees and power lines. If you haven't already lost power in the Lochapoka, Notasulga area, you're probably going to. And that's going to continue sweeping off to the east. So heads up Farmville, heads up Auburn University, heads up Opelika, Beauregard, all the way down to I-85, down to Tuskegee. A very strong line of thunderstorms moving through there now. And as we work our way back up to the north, Waverly, Camp Hill, and then over in western Chambers County out there on Highway 50 where it goes into Talapoosa County, very strong cell there. This is headed toward Chambers Academy there just south of Lafayette. Lafayette will deal with this as it moves to the east as well. Marcoot, you're getting it. Some pockets of heavy rainfall and gusty winds between Buffalo and White Plains. Pennon, you got some gusty winds and heavy rain. Northwestern Chambers, you're not under a warning up there. So Pennon, Milltown, Shiloh, Frog Eye, you've just got some heavy rain and some gusty winds. Daviston, things are 100% better than they were just a few moments ago. Back toward New Site. Horseshoe Bend, Eagle Creek, Jackson Gap. Interested to see if we have any confirmed damage down there around Jackson Gap. And and I'm looking in the National Weather Service chat room, and I don't see any mentions of damage there. But when you get out into the rural areas, it takes a while for those damage reports to start coming in. When you get into the more populated areas, it happens a whole lot quicker. I'm just looking at the chat room to see if anybody's posting anything about Jackson Gap. I don't see anything. Now, understand, folks, it's hard for me to keep up when we've got this many people in the room and posts are coming so fast. I'm going to miss 90% of it. So when I ask a question specifically, like I just asked the question about Jackson Gap, if you've already posted something, repost it while you know I'm looking at the chat room so I'll see it. Amanda Stevens, no, thank you for making all this possible. Amanda is with Stevens Furniture. And folks like Amanda and all of the people that you see scrolling here at the bottom of the screen make this possible. They're supporters with us here on Dr. Don's Weather. And a lot of you are supporters as individuals, and we appreciate that also. Keep it coming. That helps us be able to acquire new equipment, more technical stuff that allows us to be able to do this even more proficiently than we already do. There's Brandon Cobb. Let me stop this. I want to see what Brandon's got to say because he's over there at Southern Union with the students. Brandon says, thank you, Don. We were moving to the shelter when you said something. We are safe, no damage that we can see from the front door of the shelter. Good deal. Thank you, Brandon. Thank you for being there with the students at Southern Union and making sure that they're safe. We've got a tree down on North Main Street in Roanoke. Delta, Alabama, that's up in Clay County. Let me get back to the radar. Delta, I wouldn't call you completely clear just yet. You've got a couple of pockets of stuff still off to your west that's going to come through there, but things are looking much better for you in Delta. There's a heavy cell just north of Wedowee, up there on Highway 431. That's going to be between Wedowee Marine and Foster's Crossroads. That's a pretty heavy cell moving across 431 just north of the river bridge up there at Wedowee Marine. But it's not being warned for, so it's below severe limits. Let's see. Tornado-wise, we have one tornado warning now that continues, and this is south of Hurtsboro. This is near Midway, Alabama. That's south of Hurtsboro, and that's moving to the northeast. And that'll be moving on into Georgia here fairly quick. But for you folks down there south of Columbus, pay attention to this storm coming up out of Midway, Alabama, moving to the northeast. And that's the only tornado-warned storm we have at the moment. Is Opelika good? No, the storm hasn't even moved through Opelika yet. It's still coming your way. Is it safe in Wadley to go to bed? No, not yet. If you'll look, we've still got some stuff over there in southern Clay County that'll be moving through Wadley here in the next few minutes. Though it doesn't look nearly as significant as what you've already had move through Wadley. I don't think we're talking about, I don't think we're quite clear enough to let you go to bed. So I've got a photograph, and it'll take me just a few moments. Hold on a second. I got something I got to deal with. Okay. I got a photograph I want to show you guys. and this is going to take me just a minute to get to it. So bear with me. So earlier today, I was showing you some photographs of what you should look like in your storm shelter, in your safe place. And here's another one. Those are two of my knuckleheads and one of my knucklehead daughters-in-law in their safe place. But they're doing exactly what they should be doing. And I wanted to share this with you. There's Erica and the boys, my two knuckleheads. That's Dr. Drake and Remington. They got the helmets on. So next time you have to deal with severe weather, this is what your safe place should look like. You got the batting helmets on. You got the cushions, the blankets, the pillows, the things you need to cover yourself up. That's what you should look like in your safe place. But I thought that was a pretty cute photograph right there. Scary, loud thunder in Dickert. You do have a heavy storm on top of you, but it's not severe. There's Dickert. There's Roanoke. You still got a lot of thunder and lightning going on, but you're below severe limits. Heavy thunderstorm in Lafayette. Absolutely. And you're under a severe thunderstorm warning down there in Lafayette. You're also under a severe thunderstorm warning now in the Valley area, Lynette, Casita. They just extended that warning on over to the east. So all of Chambers County, with the exception of the extreme northern part of the county, is now under a severe thunderstorm warning. And you've got very heavy wind, especially from just west of Lafayette all the way down to Auburn. Let me see. If we can find the Tumors camera. There we go. That's a live look at Tumors Corner, and that's looking in the direction that this line of storms is moving from into Lee County. There's a lot of rain on the lens there, but you can see off in the distance there's a lot of lightning taking place. This is looking back in the direction of Jordan-Hare Stadium. And the western sky there is pretty much constantly lit with lightning. And that's a live look at Tumors Corner in downtown Auburn. The severe thunderstorm warning has been canceled now for Talapoosa County. The severe thunderstorm warning continues for Chambers, Lee, and Macon. Again, I'm looking in the National Weather Service chat room, and I see no reports of damage back toward Jackson Gap. I also don't see any reports of any damage in northern Talapoosa or Randolph. Those are all very good signs. For those of you in West Georgia, at the moment, we have no warnings for Troup County. We just got some heavy thunderstorms up there in the northwest part of Troup County. LaGrange just got some light rain, maybe occasional pockets of moderate rain. But watch that storm cell back in Chambers County, because when that crosses into Georgia, you may very well go under a severe thunderstorm warning in Troup. Same thing up here in Heard County. You just got some pockets of heavy rain, but there's nothing severe in Randolph coming your way. The heaviest thing in Randolph now is going to be up in extreme northern Randolph, up north of Newell, maybe up around Ranburne, just copious amounts of rain up there. But no severe warnings for any of our West Georgia counties at this time. You are under a tornado watch, and that will continue for several more hours. You're looking at a live camera shot from Auburn, Alabama, and boy, that rain is coming in hard and heavy. The camera is shaking, and you can see that the wind is very strong there in Auburn as this storm moves in. We're just going to kind of watch this a little bit. And there goes part of the lights in Auburn. I think we just had a power outage back toward Jordan-Hare Stadium. I still see some lights right there at the intersection. There goes the pizza delivery guy. And just look at that, would you? That's every bit of 50, 60 mile per hour sustained wind. You're looking at a live shot from Toomer's Corner in downtown Auburn. That is some pretty significant wind moving into Auburn. And probably along that line, this is the heaviest moving into Auburn. It may be a little bit heavier just to the north of this camera site, but that's some heavy stuff moving into Auburn. And so for you folks over in West Georgia, this is what you've got to look forward to. This is moving in your direction. Moving to the east, northeast. This will end up over in Harris County. So Hamilton, Pine Mountain. This is what's moving in your general direction. Up there in Troup County, you're going to see similar conditions, but not to this extent, I don't think. So Mayor McKay is telling us that the town of Wadley appears to be in good shape. Wadley Police Department reporting no damage. So the National Weather Service has canceled the tornado watch for Clay County and for Elmore County. So Clay and Elmore, good night. Clay and Elmore County, you can go to bed. Obviously, Lee County, you cannot. We're looking at the storm live as it moves through the campus at Auburn University. storms in Crackford will be done way before 1:15. Them folks in Atlanta at the Weather Channel don't know anything about Crackford. Yeah, I do always end up on the Auburn cameras because that's the only one I've got access to. It just happens to be in Auburn. But this camera is pointed in a perfect direction to watch weather because it's pointed in the direction that most of our weather comes from. So it always gives us a good look at these storms as they move in to East Alabama. Y'all can probably hear rumbles of thunder through my microphone. It's lightning pretty bad up here now. So we'll take you back to the radar. It looks like the worst of it has moved through the Auburn area. We'll zoom back out, and you can see we still have heavy rain from Cleburne County down into northern Randolph, maybe some hail right up there around Graham and Ranburne. That trails back into Clay. They have canceled the tornado watch for Clay County. You've still got some rumbles of thunder up there, but for the most part, the severe threat has ended in Clay County, and we'll let you go to bed up there. Coosa County, you can go to bed. Talapoosa County, good night. Alexander City, good night. Kalijah and Our Town, good night. For the most part, good night. Lake Martin. As soon as this area that's coming down 280 clears Jackson Gap, we'll say goodnight to Jackson Gap. News sites, you've got just a few more minutes, and we'll tell you goodnight. We've got a pretty good cell here just south of Lafayette in Chambers County that's moving off to the east. And all these storms have kind of started moving more due east than northeast. Especially that line of very heavy wind. I'll rock it back and forth. You can see it's moving more east than northeast. Here comes a new tornado warning. This is going to be for southern Chambers County. This is a tornado warning now for southern Chambers County. Heads up, Valley, Lynette, West Point, go to your safe place. Casita, go to your safe place. Highway 50 from Lafayette to Lynette. You need to be in your safe place. New tornado warning just issued for southern and eastern Chambers County in East Alabama. Here's the text of the message. A tornado warning for southeastern Chambers County in east central Alabama in effect until 12:30 a.m. At 11:57 p.m., a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located near Oak Bowery. It was located near Oak Bowery, or 7 miles north of Opelika, moving to the northeast at 55 miles per hour. Tornado is the main threat with this. Locations in Chambers County include Chambers County Lake, Southern Harbor, Lakeview, Denson, Lynette, the Lynette Municipal Airport, Hughley, Fairfax, the I-85 Welcome Center at Lynette, Casita, Amity Park, Rocky Point, Valley, Lynette, and Lafayette. You should be in your safe place, though I think the tornadic part of this will stay just a shade bit south of Lafayette. Let's go over here to the base velocity, and your tornado is right here. It is basically just south of Lafayette, and it's moving in that direction. So it'll cross Highway 50 about halfway between Lynette and Lafayette as it moves on off to the northeast. Again, that is a brand new tornado warning just issued for southern and eastern Chambers County. They're specifically naming County Road 173 and 174 in Chambers just west of Casita. And this thing is ramping up quickly, and that is the area I have circled. So heads up, Lynette. This is probably going to be more of a Lynette threat than Valley. If you're up here in southern Troup County, heads up Gabbettville, West Point, Kia Motors plant up here on I-85. LaGrange, you need to be watching this one. This could end up being a LaGrange storm as well. West Point Lake, especially the southern end of West Point Lake. If you're in a camper tent, if you're camping anywhere on West Point Lake, you need to go. You need to evacuate now. Go to a sturdy building. You do not stay in a camper, a trailer, a mobile home. You do not stay in a tent. You do not go get in your automobile. That's not safe either. You got to be in a sturdy building if you're over here on West Point Lake. We have a tornado debris signature now on this Chambers County storm. So this is a very serious situation. It's now confirmed. We have a confirmed tornado on the ground just south of Chambers Academy, which is just south of downtown Lafayette. Let me give you some roads. Chambers County Road 83, Chambers County Road 78, County Road 174, Chambers County Road 84. This is going to cross over 50, Highway 50, between Country Club Road and County Road 87. So it's going to cross over 50 right there in that area where I have that circle drawn on Highway 50 between Lafayette and Lynette. That's basically where the tornado is, and it's moving in that general direction. That's your tornado, and it's moving in that direction. '70th Avenue. We're talking. Well, that's kind of hard. Let me clear that off. Let me put the circle around the tornado again for you. All right, there's where your tornado is. Country Club Road, Chambers County Road 84 and 87. So right there between County Road 87 and 69th Avenue Southwest is where this tornado is going to cross over Highway 50 between Lafayette and Lynette. So looking a little further upstream, County Road 87, 70th Avenue. This is out there on the northwest side of Lynette. Fredonia Road. This is going to cross over Fredonia Road just north of downtown Lynette. Chambers County Road 216. State Line Road. Amity Park. If you're in a camper up here at the park, you got to go right now. There's no time to waste. You got to get out of that camper. You got to get out of that tent. You can't go sit in your automobile. You got to go. You got to get somewhere where there's a sturdy sturdy building. We have a confirmed tornado with a tornado debris signature just to the north and northwest of Casita, about to cross over Highway 50 between Lafayette and Lynette. Fredonia, I would go ahead and be ready to go to my safe place, but you're outside of the polygon right now. Sirens are blaring in Lynette. They're going off in Valley. I think this storm stays north of Valley. I don't think this is going to be a concern for Valley. The center of circulation is well off to the west of Valley, crossing over 50, about halfway between Lafayette and Lynette. The rotation will be right in there. Moving in that direction. There go the whatabouts. If I'm not talking about your town, you have nothing to worry about in those areas. There's no tornado warning for Lee County. It's a severe thunderstorm warning. This is a tornado warning for southern and eastern Chambers County. It is the most significant weather, and that's what we're going to spend our time on. If we were to get a tornado warning in Lee County, I'll let you know about it. I'm sitting here looking at the National Weather Service. I mean, I get it before anybody does. I'm looking at these guys who are pulling the trigger on the warnings. I'm going to tell you about it. The circulation in Chambers County appears to be weakening, according to the National Weather Service. I'll zoom out quickly and show you that we do have a lot of wind down here in Lee County, no question. But the storm has pretty much come to an end now in Auburn. Still going pretty good in Opelika. The heaviest of it's about to move into Beans Mill. Beauregard, you're on the backside of it. Severe thunderstorm warning for Lee County with 70-mile-per-hour winds possible. We have a tornado warning for southern and southeastern Chambers County, though that does not look as significant as it did just a few moments ago. I'd put the circulation crossing over Highway 50 as we speak. And I think if we still have a tornado, it's right there. About halfway between Lafayette and Lynette, and it's moving in that direction. National Weather Service out of Birmingham is continuing the tornado warning for Chambers County. A tornado warning remains in effect until 12:30 a.m. for southeastern Chambers County. At 12:09 a.m., a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located near Hughley or near Lynette, moving to the northeast at 55 miles per hour. So the National Weather Service is putting it a little bit further to the southeast. Maybe we're looking right here. So, again, though, this is going to stay away from Valley. This is going to be more of a Lynette problem, I think. Let me see what the velocity looks like. That's displaced a little bit further south than what so I would have put it up here. The Weather Service is putting it right here. So if you're anywhere between Hughley and up there on Highway 50, back toward Lafayette, just to be on the safe side, go to your safe place. You should already be there. At either rate, this does not look nearly as significant as it did just a few moments ago, but it is still there. I still see rotation in this storm. West Point Dam, Kia Motors, Lynette, Gabbettville, heads up. We now have a severe thunderstorm warning for Troup County. So I think the National Weather Service out of Peachtree City is going to go with a severe thunderstorm warning instead of a tornado warning for Troup. The National Weather Service office in Peachtree City has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for northwestern Marion County, Meriwether County, Muskogee County, Chattahoochee County, Troup County, western Talbot County, and Harris County until 2 a.m. At 1:09 a.m. Eastern, severe thunderstorms were located along a line extending from Southern Harbor to near Griffin Mill, moving to the northeast at 60 miles per hour. So Atlanta choosing to go with a severe thunderstorm warning, that's an indication to me that the tornadic part of this storm in Chambers County has pretty much dissipated. Though officially we still have a tornado warning for that area from Birmingham. See, we're handing it off now from Birmingham to Atlanta. As soon as the storm leaves Chambers County, Alabama, and crosses into Troup County, Georgia, it becomes the National Weather Service office, Peachtree City's responsibility. And Roanoke, I would call it clear for you if it wasn't for this thin line of storms moving through western Randolph. As soon as that gets through the county, we'll tell you good night in Roanoke. And we're going to clear Wadley here in just a few minutes. Ashland, good night. All of Clay County can go to bed. You've been removed from the tornado watch. You're no longer included in the tornado watch, so the severe threat has ended for Clay County and Coosa County. Auburn, you're out of the severe threat, yes. You got a little bit of a cell there to the southwest of Auburn that's still going to move through, but the severe threat has now cleared Auburn. It's now cleared Opelika. It's over in extreme eastern Lee County and is about to be completely out of Alabama and in Georgia. Smith Station getting a pretty heavy storm right now, as well as Beans Mill. You're under a severe thunderstorm warning. But for all practical purposes, Auburn is in the clear. Opelika is in the clear. We can say good night to Alexander City. We can say good night to Dadeville. We can say good night to the Lake Martin area. Officially, we still have a tornado warning for the Lynette area. But Peachtree City has chosen to go with a severe thunderstorm warning on the Georgia side of that storm. So that's an indication to me this storm is no longer producing a tornado, and I can't find it on the base velocity either. No question we got some pretty good wind going on here. No question it's storming in Lynette, but I don't see any evidence of a tornado right here. What about Chambers? What about Chambers? I just told you about Chambers. You got that tornado warning that down there close to Lynette that I don't think we have a tornado down there now. I think that tornado has weakened. The rest of Chambers is looking fine. Waverly. Yeah, I'm good with that. Good night, Waverly. Good night, Camp Hill. Good night, Notasulga, Lochapoka. Good night, Tallahassee. Good night, Kalijah. I would not say good night, Hughley, just yet. Casita, you're almost out of it. LaGrange, you're just now getting yours. You're under a severe thunderstorm warning, and you got strong winds just to the west of downtown LaGrange about to move through. Noonan, you've got some wind, and you've got some gusty winds, and you've got some rain, but nothing severe. Nothing at all severe around Carrollton, Noonan, all the way down to Peachtree City is just heavy rain and gusty winds. The only warnings we've got are for Troup County and Meriwether County. It does include LaGrange. It does include Pine Mountain. It does include West Point, Kia Motors plant. That's for this line of thunderstorms that's exiting Alabama, moving into West Georgia. And the National Weather Service just canceled the tornado warning for Chambers County. Lafayette, good night. 5 Points, good night. Tornado watch has been canceled for Talapoosa, Cleburne, Macon, and Randolph. You still have a line of showers, heavy showers moving through Randolph County, but the tornado threat has ended and you have just been released from the tornado watch. So, good night, Randolph County. Good night, Wedowee. Good night, Wadley. Good night, Roanoke. Good night, Woodland. Good night, Randolph County. Cleburne County. Good night, Ranburne. Good night, Heflin. Good night, Chulafini. Good night, Fruithurst. Coldwater. Honestly, the only severe threat we have left in Alabama is going to be extreme southeastern Chambers, extreme eastern Lee, and in Georgia, Troup County from LaGrange south down into central Harris County. You folks over in Meriwether, that's still to come through your location. And we claim you. We claim Meriwether County. That's about where our coverage ends. So we're going to stay with this until we get these storms over through Meriwether County, and then we most likely will be done for this severe weather outbreak. Noonan, you look fine. You've got some showers and thunderstorms around, but nothing severe. Northeast Georgia, you got some heavy rain. That's about it. I don't see anything threatening for Northeast Georgia or Northwest Georgia. There's no severe weather north of the I-20 corridor. Basically, there's no severe weather north of the I-85 corridor, with the exception of that cell moving through LaGrange. Other than that, all of North Georgia now is just in a steady rain mode, maybe with some gusty winds from time to time and an occasional bolt of lightning, but nothing severe. And you can probably hear the thunder roll in the background. And I know we're fixing to lose a lot of you that's been with us a long time tonight. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being here. Thank you for supporting us. We've gotten a lot of support out of this. We've picked up a ton of new viewers. I think we have had more new viewers tonight than any severe weather outbreak we have ever had. I see Miss Tracy Berry in there from Boondocks. Thank you, Miss Tracy. You guys are what make this happen. You're thanking me, but I'm telling you, if it was not for your support, there's no way we could do this. And I appreciate every last one of you. And I know it sounds like I get a little irritated sometimes. And folks, that's because I get frustrated. Surviving severe weather is probably, of all the simple things we can do in life, surviving severe weather is probably among the most simplest. It's easy to do. You just have to have situational awareness. You just have to be aware of what's going on around you. And it's very easy to do that. You just have to pay attention and be weather aware. And it just frustrates me till no end when people do dumb things and get themselves in trouble with severe weather. People that get injured and killed in automobiles during a tornado. It just doesn't have to happen. So I hope a lot of you have learned a lot tonight. And I hope that all of you have liked Dr. Don's Weather. Hopefully you have subscribed to us on Facebook. It's 99 cents a month. That's all it is. I mean, that's less than $12 a year, and that helps support us. If just half of the folks who are on here right now will subscribe to Dr. Don's Weather, we'll be able to do some amazing things moving forward with Dr. Don's Weather. And, I'm probably in the neighborhood of 5 to 7 years before retirement opportunities come along. And I plan on this being my retirement gig, which would then allow me to be yours 24/7, 365. I wouldn't have to worry about other things. And so that's kind of the goal. That's kind of what we're working toward. So if you can spare that $1 a month, please subscribe to us on Facebook. You can also subscribe to us over on YouTube. That's free, doesn't cost you a dime. And that way you'll be guaranteed to get those push notifications when we go live to cover severe weather. And there are multiple different ways if you want to do more to support us. You've seen those different links roll across the chat room all night long. And we appreciate all of you that have already done it, and we ask that you consider supporting us if you can. Let's see. Can we say goodnight, Carroll County? What y'all think? I think we can. I would not if the Weather Service had not released Randolph County from the tornado watch, because there's still a pretty good little line coming through Randolph County. But, hey, the National Weather Service, those folks over there know what they're doing. If they think Randolph County's in the clear, then I'm ready to call Carrollton in the clear. Carroll County. Now, you're still officially in the tornado watch in Carroll County, but I don't see anything threatening Carroll County. So if you've got a good way of receiving severe weather information after you go to bed, Carroll County, then I'm comfortable with you heading to the bed. Any bad weather in LaGrange? Well, you're under a severe thunderstorm warning, and that storm is moving through LaGrange as we speak, so I think, yeah. Villarica, you've still got storms in the hood, and you've got one sitting right there on I-20 near Bremen that's going to move toward Villarica. So I don't think you're completely out of the woods yet, Villarica. Thank you, Tammy. Good night. Hogansville you should have some thunder and lightning up there, some heavy rain and some wind, but the severe part of the storm is more toward LaGrange than Hogansville, and it's moving to the east, northeast, so I wouldn't expect it to affect Hogansville. If you cannot get the live stream to load, then it's most likely an internet issue on your end. Thank you, Joey Knight. You're pretty amazing yourself, bud. Joey is my original charter partner on Dr. Don's Weather. When all this started 6 years ago, Joey Knight with Anchor Roofing and the Salem Auction House was the very first supporter on Dr. Don's Weather. So for that, I thank you, sir, and he's been with me this entire time. I appreciate you. Is it okay for Opelika to go to bed? Yes. Good night, Opelika. Good night, Auburn. Thank you, Valley and Fairfax. Gray Hill up in Randolph County. Good night. Savannah is correct. All of Randolph County is in the clear. Even though you've still got some heavy rain and gusty winds, Randolph County has been cleared from the tornado watch, so that means the severe threat is over. Good night. Thank you, Tiffany. I appreciate your kind words. Elnora, thank you. Hey, Janine Ziegler. Thank you. Thank you, Nan. Can Lynette go to bed? Shoot, I reckon. Good night, Lynette. Good night, Casita. Good night, Valley. Good night, Lafayette. I'm not ready to call it for you just yet, LaGrange. I'm not ready to call it for Pine Mountain or Hamilton. The line's just now moving through those areas. LaGrange, you probably got about another 10 to 15. I'll tell you good night. If you're camping over on West Point Lake, you're clear to go back. Hogansville, you still got a minute. Thanks, Alex. Yeah, Valley, Alabama, good night. All of Lee County is clear with the exception of the extreme southeastern corner there around Smith Station. And Smith Station, you're almost out of it. Thank you, Jackie Brown. And Jonathan, I guess you're probably talking about Lochapoka and Notasulga, if I had to guess. So I'm getting personal text messages from some of my buds. And, well, I can't repeat that one, but he's basically asking me what are some of these names of these towns I'm calling. And he's probably talking about Lochapoka and Notasulga. That's not strange to us Alabama folks. Yes, and the text is going out. If you have signed up for the mass notifications in Randolph County, those voicemails and text messages are going out right now that the watch has been canceled for Randolph County. No, there's not a new warning for Lynette. Now, what may have happened, Lynette's right there on the Alabama-Georgia state line, so you may have gotten the original warning from the Alabama Weather Service, and then when the new warning was issued for Troup and Harris County, you may have gotten it again because you're so close. But there's not a new warning for Lynette. Lynette is in the clear. Good night, Lynette. Good night, Valley. Good night, Hughley. Good night, Langdale. Good night, Casita. Good night, Blanton. Good night, Lake Harding, Beans Mill, Beauregard, Auburn, Notasulga, Lochapoka. Good night, Chambers County. You're clear. Good night. Good night, Randolph County. You still got some rain. You maybe still have an occasional rumble of thunder in Randolph County, but the severe threat has ended for Randolph County. All severe concerns across the Dr. Don coverage area, which is east of I-65, south of I-20, north of I-85, all the way to Atlanta. All of the concerns have moved on into Georgia. And I got to tell you, that line of thunderstorms from now just east and southeast of LaGrange all the way down to Columbus is not that strong. It just doesn't appear to be on radar. But just as soon as we either lose those warnings or that line of storms gets out of Troup County and out of Harris County, then our deed will have been done here on Dr. Don's Weather. Good night, Chambers County. Lafayette's in Chambers County. Good night. The threat has ended. Yes, Fairfax Valley, you're in Chambers County. Good night. Randolph County, you're in the clear. Good night. Pennon, Lafayette, you're in Chambers County. Good night. Waiting to hear good night, Heard County. Heard County, if you have got a good app on your phone that will wake you up, I would go ahead and go to bed. I'd call it good night for Heard if you were not still officially in the tornado watch, and you are. Your weather's coming out of Randolph. They have cleared Randolph County, but we still have a few storms over there in Randolph that's got to move through Heard. But if you've got a good app on your phone that's going to wake you up, I would not be afraid to go to bed in Heard County. Things should be improving now in LaGrange. I know it was awful there for a few minutes, but you're on the back side of it now. So weather conditions should be improving in LaGrange. Nene, I wouldn't go to bed just yet in LaGrange. Give it about another 10 minutes, and I think you'll be fine. Bremen. Temple, definitely not. You can't go to bed just yet. Bremen, you've still got some red around you. And if you look back into Alabama from Muscadine back over to Edwardsville, all that's still to go to move across the Bremen area. There's nothing severe up there, but you're still in the tornado watch. So it's not safe to give you a complete or to completely clear you until those storms move through. Noonan, again, you still got a few storms over in Alabama that's got to come through, but I don't see anything severe around Noonan. But officially, you're still under the tornado watch. So it's kind of hard for me to clear you until they drop that watch. Yeah. So you folks in Rabun County, Alabama, up there around Ranburn so I'm losing my mind now. I've been up way too long, and I'm way too tired. And this dude up in Rabun County, Georgia, sending me text messages and got me all jacked up and making mistakes here. So we have a Rabun County, Georgia, which is just to the northeast of White County, which is the county I'm working in. Good friend of mine is the EMA director up there. He sends me a text message, and he's waiting for me to say good night, Rabun. Now, we have a Ranburn that's in my coverage area, which is in Cleburne County. And I have to be real careful. I call Rabun Ranburn and Ranburn Rayburn all the time. Honestly, Brian, I can't tell you for 100% certain that we're in the clear up here in northeast Georgia, but there is no severe weather to our southwest, and that's where all this is coming from. I mean, there are some heavy storms still, especially around North Atlanta Metro that's moving to the northeast, but there's nothing up here in northeast Georgia that concerns me at the moment. I'm seeing a few reports of some trees down in Lee County, well, around the Beauregard area. Lee County Road 146. New tornado warning coming. This is going to be down in Barber County, Alabama. That will not affect East Alabama or West Georgia, but just to let you know, new tornado warning now that was just issued near Clio, back up toward Clayton, Alabama, and Eufaula, Alabama. That is for a thunderstorm cell just to the northeast of Clio that is showing signs of developing a tornado. And that is a pretty good signature. Look at that. Going to move in that direction. So, if you know anybody down there in Barber County, that's just to the northwest of Abbeville, which is just north of Dothan, or just east of Clio. This thing will track to the northeast and will split the difference between Clayton and Eufaula. Give them a call. Be a hero. Let them know. Make sure they know what's going on. I mean, we're 1 o'clock in the morning now in Alabama, so a lot of folks are in the bed. If you know anybody that lives in Barber County in that area, call them and wake them up. Make sure they're aware there's a tornado warning down there. And a pretty good-looking tornado at that. That will not affect East Alabama or West Georgia. And I'll tell you this much, folks. It's 12:43. Right now, unless something changes, I'm going to ride this to the top of the hour, then we're going to be done. We are going to stick a fork in it. Good night, LaGrange. Good night, West Point Lake. Good night, Lynette, West Point. Well, I can't say good night, Kia Motor Plant, because they run 24/7, but the threat has ended there. Pretty much the threat has ended for the entire county of Troup. I mean, there's a little bit left right there on the county line, on the Troup-Meriwether County line, but for the most part, good night, Troup County. Good night, Heard County. Good night, Coweta County. Good night, Noonan. And good night, Harris County. Still storming good down there in Columbus. But for the Dr. Don coverage area of East Alabama and West Georgia, at 12:44 a.m. on your Sunday morning, we can call it. The severe threat has ended. And we have survived another one, folks. Don't think we have any major damage anywhere across East Alabama or West Georgia. There could be a couple of spots where we did have trees, and we certainly have had scattered power outages. But to my knowledge, we don't have any major damage. We're going to let the sun come up on Jackson Gap over in Talapoosa County. That would be an area that I would highly suspect there could be some damage. And then back down toward Lake Martin. But I haven't seen any reports of any significant damage anywhere across East Alabama. Joshua, I just called good night for Noonan. You guys go to bed. It's over. Good night, Heard County. It's over. Yes, Franklin, you're in Heard County. Good night. Joni, we just started that subscription thing on Facebook to give you guys a way to support us. It doesn't cost a lot. I mean, it's $1 a month, and that helps us out tremendously. If we could just get half of the folks that were in here tonight watching severe weather coverage to do that, then there's a lot of things we could do to make things even better for us and make what we do work even better. Noonan, you're in the clear. Go to bed. I haven't seen any reports of damage around the Salem area. Carroll County, good night. Troup County, good night. West Point's great. Good night, West Point. Look, I'm not going to tuck every last one of y'all in. Yeah, you're good, Noonan. Good night. Finna go to sleep in Franklin, Georgia. I hear you, Brittany. I got about another 10 minutes, and I'm fitting to do the same thing. No, Caleb. Severe weather threat has ended in Valley. Good night, West Point. Good night, Grantville. Thank you, Lynn. Thank you, Luke. West Point, good night. Thank you, Hannah. Good night, West Point. Am I going to have to come down there and tuck y'all in? West Point, you're clear. Good night. You're welcome, West Point. My pleasure. No, Meriwether, you're not clear just yet. West Point, you're clear. Lee County is clear. Coweta is clear. Chuck Ray, whoa, 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 whoa. Hang on. Y'all come back up here. Chuck Ray, that ain't the Chuck Ray. It couldn't be. Could it? I guess it could. There couldn't be but one. Good to see you, Chuck. Good night, Noonan. Good night, West Point. I can't call it for Columbus just yet. Yes, Pine Mountain, you're good to go. Hogansville, yes, good night. Good night, Abanda. Phoenix City, yeah, good night. Yes, Lynette is good. Hogansville is good. No, Thomaston, you can't go to bed just yet. Smith Station is good. Sonoya's good. West Point's good. Pine Mountain is good. West Point, yes. Lynette, Meriwether, yes. Go to bed. Phoenix City, yes. West Point, yes. Smith Station, yes. Hey, Jeff, thank you for all you do, and thank you for the information you've helped us with. LaGrange, yes, good night. Auburn Opelika, good night. Temple, good night. Meriwether, good night. Wait a minute. Whoa. I may have just told you a story on Temple. Hang on. Let me get up here and look. Yeah, you're okay, Temple. That leading edge has already moved through. It's about to move across Villa Rica. So, yeah, Temple, you're good. Good night. Thank you, Tori. Yes. Good night, West Point. Good night, Lee County. Good night, Noonan. Good night, Heflin. Hey, David Moore. I'm broadcasting from White County, Georgia. I'm originally from East Alabama and West Georgia, Roanoke specifically. I was born and raised in Prattville, Alabama, just north of Montgomery. We do live severe weather coverage for East Alabama and West Georgia particularly. But if we have severe life-threatening weather anywhere in Alabama and Georgia, I'm going to cover it. Yes, I'm calling LaGrange. Good night. Yes, that storm near Clayton, Alabama is a tough one. That's a strong tornado down there. Good night, Mary. No, I cannot say good night, Merriweather. You almost tripped me up. Later, Tony. Deuces. I don't know why you're getting alerts for Lee County, Alabama, because the Lee County, Alabama is no longer under a warning. You are officially still under a tornado watch, but you're not under a warning of any kind. This is interesting. Tonight was the first time. Let me get back over there to that. Tonight was the first tornado warning to include the city of Talladega since January 23rd, 2012. Tonight was the first tornado warning for the city of Talladega since January 23rd, 2012. Good night, Lee County. Good night, Griffin. Whoa, hang on. Y'all trying to trip me up throwing these places in here. No, Griffin, you cannot go to bed just yet. If you'll look back to your west, you got a severe thunderstorm warning that may move right over Griffin. So you're not clear just yet. Smith Station looks fine. Phoenix City's good. Y'all got about 7 more minutes for me to tuck you in, then I'm out of here. We've been doing coverage since about 6 o'clock last night, and I'm tired. Yes, Coweta's in the clear. Good night. No, they did not put you back under another watch in LaGrange. You're under the original watch that you were under in LaGrange, and the severe weather has moved out of Troup County. There's no more severe weather coming for Troup County. Thank you, Brandy. Thank you, Aubrey. Franklin's in the clear. Good night. Sonoya and Coweta's in the clear. Good night. Harris County, yes, you're clear. Good night. Griffin, you're not clear just yet. Good night, Franklin, Heard County. Luthersville, good night. Northern Meriwether County, yeah, you're good. Go to bed. Phoenix City, you're good. Temple, yes, you're good. Go to bed. LaGrange, good night, Nene. Harris County, good night. Jackson Gap got hit hard. Pitchers won't send. Okay, Ladarius, can you give me a little bit of a description of what you're talking about when you say hit hard? And that's my main concern is the Jackson Gap area. That was the best-looking tornado signature in East Alabama. Good night, Roopville. Good night, Troup County. Good night, Bremen. Good night, Lee County. Columbus, you've got about another 15, 20 minutes. Troop is in the clear. Good night. Wow, Don Willis, that's crazy. Good for you. West Point's in the clear. Good night. Yes, good night, Beauregard. No, I can't clear Columbus just yet. Yeah, you folks up in Cherokee are good, Michael. They're in the clear. No, that last push, that last little line is not severe. All right, folks, I'm fixing to step on out of here. I'm fixing to bounce. Finna be dead. Finna go. I've had enough. But I do want to thank you again, everybody, for being part of this tonight. This is what it's all about. I mean, it's not just me. It's not just what I do. It's what you do as well. I know a lot of you played Dr. Don Police in the chat room tonight, and I appreciate that because I can't do it all. I can't watch what's going on in the chat room and watch the radar and give the weather. We had several tense moments earlier tonight because of the tornado warnings. Some of you may or may not know that it was 4 years ago on March 25th, 2001, we had a tornado take an extremely similar path through Talapoosa County and up into southwest Randolph County, and that tornado actually hit my son's house with my grandchildren inside of it while I was live. That was a horrible night because there for a few minutes I didn't know what the outcome was going to be. And we had a deja vu moment tonight. We had a tornado take the exact same track and, again, was headed directly at their house. Thank goodness that tornado dissipated before it got into Randolph County. But I'm seeing reports that we do have damage around Jackson Gap. Same tornado. So thoughts and prayers with Jackson Gap. Thoughts and prayers for Calera. We know for a fact we have significant damage over in central Alabama near Calera. And then we're probably going to see several other locations around central Alabama with significant damage as well. There were fatalities last night in Arkansas and Missouri and Mississippi. I feel pretty confident we're not going to have any fatalities in Alabama. So remember the folks to our northwest that dealt with the severe weather last night. Some pretty horrific stories coming out of Missouri and Arkansas. And thank you all for joining us here tonight on Dr. Don's Weather. I appreciate every last one of you more than you'll ever know. And good Lord willing and the creek don't rise, I probably will not see you in here first thing tomorrow morning with a primetime forecast. It most likely will be Monday morning before you hear from me again as my voice decides to leave. I have had it. All clear for East Alabama and the West Georgia counties that we cover here on Dr. Don's Weather. Have a fantastic rest of your Sunday. Good Lord willing, and the creek don't rise. I'll see you back in here first thing Monday morning with your next primetime forecast on Dr. Don's Weather. Merriweather, you're clear to go to bed. I'm sorry if I confused you. I'm so tired, there's no telling what I said. But Merriweather, you are clear to go to bed. And Rhonda, you may have just hit on something. I probably am the first weather guy to put his audience to bed. Good night, folks.